let's see if this thing is working. Slowly, it is working. So, welcome. D, do the thing you do, please.
What's going on, everybody? This show is for educational and entertainment purposes only. You have to be 21 and over to be here. If not, you have to get out. I'll smack you in the nose with this cup. Back to you, Fumi.
That's the way. Welcome, folks. Let me let it smashed back in here. So the show's, of course, for entertainment and educational purposes only. In fact, honestly, there's no education really involved. But please don't take us seriously in any way. We certainly don't. Here comes Smashed. He's the co-host now. Perfect. There we go. All right. So welcome, folks. I don't really have too much to say. I guess thanks for joining us. If you want to hop on the show, you're welcome to, but please ask nicely in the chat. The rule is basically you are required to ask. Essentially, if you're a regular on the show, if you've been on the panel before, go ahead and hop on. It's not a big deal. But if you have not been on the panel before, or if it's been super, super long time, might as well just ask again. The answer is almost certainly going to be yes, but that's the new rule. Also, of course, don't be a dick. Don't show your dick. Don't be a douchebag. These shows are literally hanging on by a fucking thread. So don't give me any fucking bullshit because I will pull the plug and that'll be the end of it. Honestly, my life is a little challenging right now, so I don't have the energy or the stamina, frankly, to deal with your bullshit. So no bullshit allowed under any circumstances. I won't tolerate it even in the tiniest little degree. So please keep that in mind. But if you're willing to be not a shithead, you're more than welcome to hop on here. That precludes almost everyone in cannabis, but certainly there are quite a few people that watch this that aren't shitheads. So if you're not a shithead, you're more than welcome on here. If you are a shithead, please go find something else to do. What was I going to say? Yeah, that's it. Go for it, D.
What's going on, everybody? Hope everyone's having a great night. Deadfish fan first in the chat. Don't forget live chat, top chat. Here comes Captain. Thanks, everybody, for tuning into the pre-show earlier. Also, thank you, Captain, which he just showed up, for holding it down after that. I had technical issues. But I was focused on a couple things. I'll let you guys know later. Cheers. Smash. Go for it, Smash.
What's up? Hope everyone's having a great night. Just kind of chilling. Oh, getting ready to feminize my seeds outside. It's getting ready to flip soon. We're at like 13 hours and like 40 minutes of sunlight right now.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, so they say do it a week before you're expected to transition into flower. So that's what I'm doing. Smoking
STS or what's what?
Yeah, so with sulfate. I just got one off Amazon. They all looked about the same.
It's the same thing with bottle nutrients. It's the same shit, basically. It's not like somebody has some proprietary chemical. Like, as much as they would, I'm sure, love to tell you, there's a bunch of different breeders that have STS packs, and there's no special sauce. They literally just bought a spray bottle, mixed the solution. Maybe they have a little bit different formulation in the solution, but I mean, come on, that's you should frankly be getting a more concentrated STS anyway. So, yeah, they're all the same.
Yeah, so they say do it start a week before you're flowering. So that's what I'm waiting for. I got to cut down some males too, because there's definitely going to be a couple of males up there.
Cheers, Captain.
So I got a dirty spray Liquid diamonds, live resin cart, 2 gram.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I've been puffing on a lot of like carts and stuff, and obviously weed. I haven't been taking a lot of dabs lately. I've
Here
been
in
eating.
California, there's a lot of scandals about the weed companies in general, and I guess you'd say I think flower and vapes are kind of equally affected on some level, but vapes definitely because you concentrate everything that's in the flower. How do I put it? You concentrate everything in the flower into the concentrate. So basically, anything that was in the flower is now more in the concentrate, basically at a higher ppm. There are a bunch of companies, up to including the biggest. Evidently, there was a story today that Steezy, by far, I think the biggest brand in California. I don't know if they're by far, but they're definitely one of the biggest. I think they are the biggest, but I'm not sure how by far how far. Fuck, I'm babbling like a crazy person. I'm not sure how big their lead is. I think they're gigantic, but I don't know for sure. Anyway, they're apparently caught up in a ton of lawsuits. Evidently, that was the story in MJ Biz Daily, I guess it was. I saved the story so I can follow it later. And there was a story just a few weeks ago, an investigation that showed that a bunch of California producers are popping hot when you test them for essentially pesticides that are not on the banned pesticide list. So basically, they're not using the ones that are on the banned list, I guess, yay. But the bad part is that they're using other stuff that California simply hasn't added to the list because the agricultural boards, they move slowly, right? And so all different companies that come out with new pesticides, sometimes they come out with them for a few years, basically, or they get cross-labeled or whatever else, and the state agricultural departments don't catch up. And this is apparently basically one of the issues. And so there's all these different pesticides that are coming up in large amounts in these big dominant brands, in small brands and big brands alike. But the big brands are excusing it basically with legal means, saying, "Hey, we don't pop hot for anything that's on the list. What do you want from us?" Right? Basically following the letter of the law. Anyway, it's a real problem because these carts that we already know have sort of dubious whatever, right? Because some of the carts are relatively safe, some of the carts are not safe at all. And then basically you put in unsafe cannabis on top of that. This is a recipe for a future nightmare. I imagine a lot of these companies basically, because they do essentially function like the wild, wild west, they're fucking cowboys and Indians, basically. They probably assume that they'll either be bought out or something will change by the time any of the actual legal liabilities will pass through. So, take it from me, who's getting fucked in the California court system right now. Apparently, even simple cases can take as long as 2 years, 2 fucking years, 2 years of your life for a simple case. So, can you imagine how long an actual lawsuit against multi-million-dollar Steezy or someone else could take? They could basically bury the plaintiff's emotions and everything else. It could last for 5 fucking years. By that point, they may well have been bought up and all the liability will shift to somebody else. Bayer or somebody will buy them from Germany and the liability shift to fucking
Kaiser.
Stuttgart or wherever the fuck. I can't remember where Bayer is. But anyway, long story short, it'll be very difficult to chase anybody for responsibility for those kinds of things. Anyway, it's a fucked up situation. These people are definitely flying by the seat of their pants, knowing that the consequences are probably not going to catch up with them. And it's disgusting to see because, of course, the consumers that are smoking their products, the consequences might well catch up to them. And so typical shit where a big company abuses little people and gets away with it. It's really quite disturbing. Another example of how everyone should grow their own and should do their absolute best not to contribute to this system. I'll say it fucking full stop. Not to contribute to this disgusting corrupted system. It's corrupted from the top to the bottom, honestly. It's corrupted. Clearly, you look at a state like California or Oregon or anywhere else, we hear any number of problems in Oregon with the OLCC. In California, you hear every single problem you can imagine. It's apparently well known that Steezy, even being the biggest brand in California, basically makes about half their money from the black market. So essentially, like Bud Kilowatt, I don't have to say who said it, but like we've heard from people on the show, a lot of these companies are selling out the back door as much or more as they're selling out the front door. And that makes it very easy for them to compete on the legal market because shit, they're making all their money out of the back door. Meanwhile, smaller companies don't have lawyers. Fuck, we've had India out here. We've had a bunch of other smaller producers that are technically competing with Steezy, with these other companies. She doesn't have the money for fucking legal team. She doesn't have the money for 15 different lawyers. Again, take it from me. I know how expensive the fucking lawyers are in California. They will break you. They will fucking break you. Your own lawyer will break you defending you. That's one of the biggest misconceptions, I think, in the American legal system. Like, oh, if you're right, you can just fight the power. No, you can't. You really can't. Whoever has the money is right. Might makes right, and that's the end of it. Even a simple issue, you can get fucking buried. Just ask me. I'm basically getting buried. Even though I'm right, I'm getting buried, basically, in this situation. Um, Fucked up, honestly, fucked up, the whole thing from top to bottom when I think about it. There was another scandal. What was it? I guess we should say hello to people, but there was another story that I read and saved. Same kind of thing. Fuckery abounds in this goddamn trash. Makes you honestly want to just climb into a hole somewhere and disappear.
Thailand.
Posts.
You people thought
Oh,
I was
shit.
stupid.
Cheers, Captain. What's going on, buddy?
Cheers. Yeah, I moved to Thailand.
No, we didn't
Fuck
think
this
we were
shit here.
stupid. I think we thought that you were, at least I thought that you were, like all of us, I think, like many of us. I know Love for the Plant, if he's already watching, has had this kind of experience. A lot of people have thought that there would be some role for people who have deep and abiding knowledge, passion, and experience with weed, right? Like when you find almost any other field in life, if you find a person like that, I don't care if it's carpentry or stone carving or whatever else, if you have somebody that's knowledgeable, passionate, and has experience, usually those people succeed in a field. Cannabis is a complete exception to that because I think it's essentially totally a gold rush scenario. And in gold rushes, shit, the people who know what they're doing, that doesn't help you at all. The people who are willing to cut the most livers, the people who are willing to murder the most to get to the top, et cetera, those are the ones that do well. Oh, here it was. California revokes marijuana testing lab license over fake results. It was not one of the bigger labs that we've talked about, although I have heard that some of those big labs probably should get shut down. We'll avoid saying their names just for legal reasons. California regulators, this is according to mjbizdaily.com, California regulators canceled the license of a marijuana testing lab that allegedly faked test results and tampered with equipment so it could offer passing test results to cannabis products potentially contaminated with dangerous pesticides and mold. Yay. Northridge-based California Northridge, just up the street, basically. California Cannabis Testing Labs was first discovered to have, quote, engaged in activity that poses a threat to public health, unquote, by the State Department of Cannabis Control, the DCC, in February of 2022. According to documents obtained by MJ Biz Daily. The July 24th notice from DCC Deputy Director Michael Chang lists 20 alleged violations uncovered at California Testing Labs, CCTL. DCC, alleged violations include deliberately faking bench sheet records for pesticides and mycotoxins, retesting samples to produce false and artificially inflated levels of THC, and manipulating lab equipment to be unable to detect solvents and pesticides identified as cancer risks by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Woohoo! Trifecta of shittiness right there. Anyway. Owners listed as Roger Chivukula and Krishna Chivukula.
Kuna Matata.
That's right.
Well, I like how all the dispo packs on them now say that the THC content can vary in 10%. So, they could be saying, hey, this is 34% THC, and it could have 24%, 24.1. It says it right on the package. You may get screwed. Yeah, but at least, that's fun. The other way ain't fun.
Good on otherwise, Calvin. You guys there?
Hello, hello.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm rolling joint.
Oh,
So,
well, folks,
just trying to be quiet for a little bit.
folks, let's talk about something halfway interesting. Nice, honestly. So please hop on if you're interested in talking about some weed or anything else.
Come chat with us, Danny. Come chat with us. Cats right now are very interested in something outside. We've had raccoons, a family of raccoons in our backyard for the last, I guess, little while. I just figured it out, saw them the other night.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah. So I've been going to my backyard. I was telling everybody in the pre-show that I've been lumberjack D lately, cutting down trees in my backyard. I've already cut down like 10 or 11. I still gotta
Oh,
go
really?
through it. Yeah, it's just crazy.
What, just because of too many raccoons or what?
Oh, I don't know. There's like 4 or 5 of them, little smaller ones. So I'm just trying to get rid of it, clear cut my area, so get them out of there. So there's no shelter for them to stick around.
Hmm. Somebody's flying
Yeah,
donuts.
That sucks.
yeah.
I don't get.
I had to, huh? Okay.
No, that's all right.
I've had
I
to
was
help
just.
Mrs. Sorry.
You don't ever have to be sorry, D.
I've had to help Mrs. D's mom trap some raccoons in her backyard one time. And they're crazy. They can be a little vicious. They're cute though, little bandits.
Yeah, don't get a pet skunk and think it's going to be nice and friendly. Those things
Oh,
turn vicious.
Oh,
the opposite. Skunks are actually really delightful. The only problem is that they stink like motherfuckers. You can, I guess, declan them or something, but it's apparently a very invasive thing to do. So a lot of people just don't do it. But ironically, skunks are really social. I've actually met a couple, and like pet skunks, not just random skunks on the street. Although even then, growing up, like skunks are not nearly as unfriendly as you think they are. Like they are definitely threatened and stuff. If you get too close, but generally speaking, they kind of get used to their neighbors. They get used to their surroundings and stuff. And like if you like when I was a kid, basically there was this skunk that lived under this little kind of I don't know what do you put even call it like a culvert or something basically near my house. And it's not like we were buddies or something, but the skunk definitely knew me. And I could just be kind of playing in the backyard, and the skunk just kind of mind its own business. And it'd be like I don't know, maybe 15 feet away or something, just kind of it would look at me occasionally, but like he would just do its skunk thing and look for stuff. I never really saw it with its babies or anything, so I didn't test my luck that way. But uh, they're definitely not. They're not fucking dragons or something. It's really kind of amusing, and they're very curious too. Skunks are. It's almost one of the most sad things because nobody, not any goddamn animal, wants to be next to a skunk, but they are super super curious actually. So anyway, really misunderstood animals actually.
actually, you won't believe I saw a skunk like less than a foot of me the other night. I was looking
Or
outside for the raccoons. So I'm like this with the flashlight, looking farther out, trees and everything. I never think to look right down at first. So I'm like that. I look down. There's a freaking skunk, like a little baby skunk, drinking out of like a water dish. Like I closed the door pretty quick, but it just walked
little
off.
skunks.
It just
Holy
went.
shit! There's a monster above me.
It's like, it's Peppy.
Right.
We have a hurt turkey around our house, and my
Oh,
mom's been feeding it. Yesterday, I was sitting out front smoking a joint, and it comes up, and we have quite a few bird feeders out. So it goes out and it, pecks at all the stuff that the birds flick out. Well, the other day it came over really close to the house, and I threw it a little bit of bread because we keep a loaf of bread out there for it. And it was actually drinking out of the bird bath.
Yeah.
And the bird bath is only about 12 feet away from where I sit.
Yeah.
So timber rattlesnakes are on the endangered list in Massachusetts, and you never see them. But this year a couple have popped up in Western Mass, which is pretty interesting because you rarely see timber rattlesnakes here.
Maybe they heard they weren't endangered anymore, and they decided to pop their heads out, saying, "Hello."
Yeah, you can't mess with them at all.
Yeah, fuck that.
I
No
tell
one
you
mess with
what.
this rattlesnake.
No.
Fuck that. I get the
In
flu.
living in Thailand, I don't care what snake it is, it's dying.
Yeah. Poison. That's one good thing about living in Canada. We don't have poisonous here.
You do. You got
You don't
poisonous.
have rattlesnakes? Or does it just
Well,
stay
maybe.
too cold?
Yeah. I think that's why it's too cold. Must be too cold. The only rattlesnakes we have are in the zoo.
We have a snake here in Ohio besides having water moccasins, but
Guys, too.
the copperheads.
Yeah, the only good snake is the dead snake.
You got
All the copperheads and all that.
Well, copperheads like to.
mass ass agug rattlesnake. Is the only venomous snake found in Ontario.
Oh, there you go.
Then you got Northern Pacific rattlesnakes. And then you got black widow spiders
Oh, I didn't know we had those.
and
I know
brown
we-
recluses. The
Yeah, I
Canadian
hate
bird,
those.
hickory tusk caterpillar, and a prairie rattlesnake.
crazy. That must be prairie rattlesnakes are probably like Alberta. I'm guessing. Thank you. Or is that Ontario smashed? Well,
Yeah, you definitely don't want to get bit by a brown recluse, though.
no. I don't want to get bit by any snake.
Well, the recluses, what they actually do when they bite you, their venom eats your skin and your muscles and everything inside, and then it leaves like a big hole in your wherever they bit you.
Oh, fuck.
So you get it like on your knuckle. You can see the tendon and the bone after a while.
Holy fuck. That's
Yeah,
terrible.
you got to go in and have the doctor clean it out every once in a while.
Crazy.
I got one really early on because I've got a spot on my hip that bit me while I was in bed but I felt something crawling, so I smashed it. I guess as soon as I smashed it, it bit me or was biting me. But
Fuck.
never did anything except give me probably about a quarter dark spot underneath my skin.
Crazy.
No, stepping on the brown cobra was crazy, and the damn thing kept on going the way I wanted to go. So I stepped on it two more times, trying to get away from it. Shit, man. I want to go this way. You go the other way.
I get the shovel out. I know we get. I had a buddy that used to work. He's been a manager in a grocery store, or Coleman or whatever it is. Next to him. Anyways, um, they get bananas in from wherever
Oh,
they
yeah.
get the bananas from. They lift it out. There's a friggin' tarantula, great big tarantula in the box of bananas and shit. It's crazy. Or what used to have the Black Widow.
I don't fuck with no. The banana spiders are creepy as hell and huge. Yeah, fuck those. I had one land on me in Florida. I was bugging out.
No shit. That would be too, man.
I don't freak out until I actually look and see what it is.
Me too. But as soon as I looked down and seen this fucking spider with like inch long legs, I was like, fuck that. And you don't want to fuck with it because it's got bright fucking colors. The banana spider's so bright.
Yeah, I didn't have to worry about spiders in Thailand. The geckos ate them.
Nice.
Yeah, it was. It was like, people pay for pest control. Fuck that. Just have a couple geckos.
Yeah. Or is it
You got
share?
some mosquitoes in the room, just leave the light on and leave the house for a couple hours. They'll be gone.
I like having spiders in the garden. I think it's a sign of healthy living order, basically.
Yeah, I don't fuck with spiders in my garden.
Although Black Widow wouldn't really hang around in a moist garden, but I don't think a brown recluse would either. But whatever, I guess that's academic. I'm sure there's poisonous spiders somewhere. I'm not going to tolerate them if I knew it. But most of the spiders in Oregon, for example, are not dangerous in any way. We don't really have black widows or brown recluses or anything like that. So you basically all you'd have to worry about if they ever did bite you is just like, oh, it's going to sting a little bit or something. But the overwhelming majority of spider bites are not actually spider bites. When you look it up, they say that spiders very, very rarely bite people for a very logical reason, because basically you're about 10 trillion fucking times bigger than they are. And they're not that smart, but they're smart enough to know that that's a losing battle. So they just generally won't try to bite you unless it's literally the fucking last resort. So if you're encroaching on their nest or something, like your hand is coming down on them, then yeah, maybe they'll bite you. But generally speaking, as they're just like walking by you or something, they're not going to bite you. So doubly so for barn spiders and all kinds of different spiders, right, that we have in Oregon. I had a barn spider. Unfortunately, it looks like she disappeared. She probably died of old age, honestly. But she was in my garden this last year, basically the whole year. It was really nice having her there. And she'd eat some flies here and there. And let's be honest, I fed her probably more than she actually caught, because I'd see one of those fucking Indian meal moths, goddamn devils. I'd catch it and throw it into her web. I found a couple flies a couple times. I'd whack them half to death and then throw them up in her web, and she'd snap them up. And it was always funny because she wouldn't accept any dead bugs. So even if I had just killed it, because I remember one time I killed a fly like in the other room, shit, I could totally feed Miss Spidey. That's what we called her. I could totally feed Miss Spidey this fly. So I tossed the fly up in there, but she like, messed with it for a little bit. She's like, nah, this is dead, and basically rejected it. It was kind of funny.
Keep hitting the wrong button.
What's that? Oh, you smashed. Anyway, it's fun. I don't know. It's fun having spiders. Like it's not that official, to be perfectly honest. You say, oh, it's pest control. Yeah, it is, but honestly, like they're not that effective probably. But it's just kind of to me, it's just kind of a fun sign that I'm doing things right. Partly, for example, if I don't use pesticides. I mean, okay, that's not exactly right because I do use Sufoil X to deal with whatever, little issues, spider mites. Unfortunately, now that I've been gone, there's been some spider mite issues. So we use Sufoil X, but I don't use, fuck, I can't think of the names right now. Whatever, your usual suspects, all the different, I literally can't think of the words right now. The neem-based pesticides and stuff, doesn't fucking matter. Pyrethrins and stuff. Although I guess I did, when I had those aphids, I did whip out the pyrethrin. So it's not like I am 100% against pesticides, but I do very much try not to use the pesticides. And for example, pyrethrins will kill spiders. So I was very, very careful not to spray Spidey, for example. I was very careful not to spray some of the other spiders that were hanging out in the neighborhood if I could.
Use them responsibly. You're not fucking just dousing everything in pyrethrum or.
That's what I'm trying, and frankly, when I use it, that's my weapon of last resort. Basically, that's something that I have not been able to deal with things otherwise, and so then I whip out in my version the big guns. Thankfully, that's been enough. I had to use any actual honest to God toxic shit for a very, very long time, a very, very, very long time. And that basically means that I have very good, safe weed, honestly. And so that's been a very rewarding thing. Nice, clean, burning weed, nice flavor. It doesn't it doesn't give you a headache, doesn't give you all kinds of weird emotions or weird feelings. Like you hear about some people smoking some of these carts, and you hear very commonly they get headaches. And actually, I've heard from a few people down here in California that when they smoke flower, they get headaches, which to me is a real good sign that they have pesticides on their weed. I haven't smoked the weed that they smoked, so I don't know. And I guess I'm not a one-man HPLC machine or something, but you know what I mean? Like, I think a lot of us would be able to sense that, our spidey senses are tingling or something if we detected some pesticides. But still, I'm rambling. I like spiders in the garden. I like them basically partly because it's a sign to me that I'm doing things right. It's like an indirect sign that yes, I'm kind of not over if my plants are healthy and I have spiders, I guess is where we come down to it. Like obviously if the garden was a shithole and there's cobwebs and stuff, that's not exactly what I'm talking about, right? I don't know. Hopefully that makes sense and shut the fuck up. Come on, folks. Oh, what's going on, Jeff?
Hey, Fumi. Just getting my bud ready here. Things pretty good here. Yeah, my dog got skunked this past weekend. Oh, it's still kind of horrible. It got in the house too. And it was just in our backyard, and then it came back in the house. Oh yeah.
Oh, wow.
no.
We had to wash everything, the dog, and
Yikes.
the house.
You live out in the country or in the city or what?
Out, not country, but suburban country. Yeah, it's weird. There was one other time he got skunked a little bit, or like got near it. Like this time he got him good. Like it was a good shot, like in his neck maybe. Yeah, it was maybe in his mouth too.
What did you use to de-skunk him? Because when did it happen at
we
night?
We bought some shampoo. It was early in the morning.
Oh, that's good at least.
Like first thing in the morning, and it worked pretty well. But the house still smells. And between your skunks guy, it's crazy odors here. That's all I gotta say. Like, what's that? Is that skunk or a plant or what? And you realize that actually, like, there's some similarity to what we're smoking today, but real skunk, especially when it's fresh, oh, that is so strong and it's something different. Yeah, got them good. So yeah, it's weird that animals have been weird this year. There've been turkeys came by twice this summer. Went through kind of like the open space behind my house and never saw them before. And there have been mice inside too. That's another thing. We've been
Oh
dealing with
shit.
mice. Yeah, it's crazy. Like three of them so far we caught. Like sitting there watching TV and like you like think you see something run across and like now I know like oh that would have been where the mouse would have run. And then I like look under like something in the corner. Like yep, oh and ran back.
That's one of the real downsides of something I forget to mention, honestly, sometimes when we talk about barley and stuff like that. I remember
Red man.
on the show all the time, I rarely ever thought to bring it up, and I rarely ever think to bring it up ever since. It's an honest to God problem, basically, when you think about mice and vermin in general, rats. Historically, they've been coming after us after agriculture, right? Like humans didn't really have a problem with vermin until we settled down and started to have grain silos and stuff, right? So anytime you have basically wheat or barley or anything like that, that's the classic fucking food that brings the goddamn mice and the rats. So I remember at my old place, basically, our neighbors decided to get chickens a few years ago, and they were well-meaning people. They weren't shitheads or anything, but they were like many people, kind of dumbasses, and didn't really know that chickens attract rats, and rats attract mice, and on and on and on. Anyway, we suddenly had a fucking rat and mouse problem. And wouldn't you know it, I think I exterminated, I shit you not, probably 15 or 20 mice in the span of a couple of years, something like that. It was hardcore, honestly, for a little while. Thankfully, it settled down. But if I had just kind of let that problem go away, like all my plants had barley on them. I had like it was, I guess it was in a bucket, but I mean, rats can chew through a bucket. I had a bucket of barley on and on and on, like a classic situation to have a nice fat infestation. Yeah, it was a problem there for what was that, 3 years ago, something like that. It was a problem for a little while. Uh,
Yeah,
and it
these
was
are
an old
mice.
house.
And there's two types.
Pardon?
I mean, there are two types. I don't know if of mice, or I don't know if one's the baby, but one of them's only about an inch long, and then the other one's more like like 3 4 inch mouse that you kind of imagine. So, but the ones that are small, they're not like they have fur. They look adultish, but so I don't know. Yeah, I'm not an expert. There's house
Oh, there's
mice
like
and
50
field mice.
Yeah, there's a bunch of different
Yeah.
species. Plus, there's like
So yeah,
shrews and stuff. So yeah, there's a bunch of different critters.
it's crazy. Yeah, I don't know how many there are. It's crazy now. It's like, oh man, how many do we have? Caught three of them. One of them got caught on a sticky trap, one of the small kind, in
Oh,
my
wait,
grow
wait.
room.
Oh, holy shit. Can you?
One of
I,
the
Those
I
are the
feel
yellows.
like that's
worst
one of the
things.
worst ways to go. Jesus
It's
Christ.
that small. Yeah. Yeah, right.
Um,
I wouldn't use. I use the spring, the old fashioned traps. That's how I get them. Those are quick, and I just throw it away with the mouth, and I put on
So
gloves, and I
Oh,
put it on a
the
counter. Like
they
when I
sell the
open the package, I don't want to get any kind of contact with anything human on it. I put on gloves, and I've tried. And lately, I find like mixed with like you got to get something that'll grab onto it that So I put a date there, something stick because the trap. You got to get something that's because first
peanut
time
butter.
I think I tried peanut. It licked it off though one
Really?
time. Yeah, it
Whenever I
was so
use
gentle. I
spring.
guess and didn't spring it.
so
Wow.
my
different things.
so like 2 years ago, I had a mouse come in during the winter, and I was using an excessive amount of barley. And it dug into my 20-gallon pot and like created a little fucking home in there.
Oh man.
Um, it was only one. I flooded it out because I noticed it. So I just watered super heavy, but it was eating all my barley and stuff. And the funny thing was, I was putting out traps with peanut butter on it. Like, all right, if it likes barley, it's gonna like some peanut butter, and it wouldn't even fucking touch them.
That's the thing. They're
Wow.
two different foods. If it likes barley, maybe trap it with barley.
Yeah, you
I
gotta
didn't have any left.
Wow.
It ate it all.
I mix some ketchup and a little bit of like almond butter or peanut butter with the date. Like I'll rub it around and kind of mush it all in, and then kind of mush it onto the trap.
I
But I
didn't
think
have
it's the
yeah.
ketchup. It's the ketchup I think that it really likes.
I seen a really cool live trap where they have a hole and they have the food in the bucket, and anyways the mouse end up going into the bucket to get the food. And they're so crazy. They have two sticks on the end. That's what it was, like that. They climb up and they climb in this bucket where it's only like one way in. And
I was
you
thinking
come
if I
back
need
and
one of
like,
those.
There's a
If
wheel.
there's so many, I can't. If there's a lot, you can't use these one-off, mouse traps. You got to get something, bucket size. Or
There's a guy
My
that does testing
my
of
mom
mouse traps.
my mom found the perfect thing. She collects the rainwater off the front porch. Well, front porch is like a little bit higher than the 5 gallon bucket. And the chipmunks and moles and the mice, they want a drink of water. They get in there and can't get out. So about once a week, I got to go pull a dead one out.
It's funny you mentioned that about the barley, because a couple years ago, namely on this show, Coot really talked up the barley, and I had this whole outdoor big thing going. So I did the barley, ground it up, and all this. And I've been growing there and lived there. Oh, there was like, I guess squirrel, like, no, they tunnel. I don't know what animal it was, but all of a sudden, like a week or a couple days into it, I started noticing these like indentations in the beds and something going on. Then I figured out, yeah, they were these groundhogs or whatever the fuck they were coming up. So then I used like a one of those. Uh, well, I put it was all fenced in, but it was like chain link, right? So I made I put that screen stuff like 4 feet down to block them from coming in, and then that didn't stop them because they tunneled. Next thing you know, I started seeing these holes pop up, right? And like, yeah, I never had that problem until I used the barley, and then basically they came until there was no more barley to eat, and then yeah, the next year, the two I stopped using barley. I remember commenting like, yeah, they could be depending on your area, but like I found that, oh yeah, that brought on like a whole new level of varmint that were like, oh, barley, I'm coming for that. Even though it was all ground up and stuff. And some of it was like kind of worked into the soil, watered in. It didn't matter. They dug for it.
yeah, and tons of grasshoppers. I was actually wondering if that's the source of why so many animals
So
this season.
this guy, if anyone wants to check out cool mouse traps and stuff, it's all this guy really does. Test different mouse traps people send him and stuff.
Hey,
Same Sean
the other night,
Sean Woods.
I was leaving here pretty late. This is like a warehouse. It's pretty much like, yeah, commercial area. So I was really shocked when all of a sudden I came around the corner and I'd startled like I've seen a few raccoons in my life. This was a big one, right? Probably like, I don't even know, big. And it had two babies too. And I'm thinking, what the fuck is it living here in the concrete? Like, I don't even know, like, there's no nature around here. Uh, yeah, but fucking huge raccoon living in the parking lot somewhere out there with his two babies, or two babies.
I got the same problem going on right now in my backyard. I don't know if you heard, I have like trees popping up everywhere. So I got like this little miniature forest in my backyard, and I got a family of raccoons living back there. So I'm going back there now, trying to cut down all the trees to get them out of there.
Raccoons are actually aren't like harmful to your environment, really.
No, but damage. You can do damage to your house.
What are they trying to break in?
I know they want to steal all my cannabis.
I mean, I get they got burglar masks on, but
I mean,
I
just
never
the videos I've seen, it seems like raccoons really like trash cans. Like they're a menace to trash cans.
possums really like trash cans, and they are some dirty fucking animals.
Yes, Mrs. D's mom had a possum living under her porch. We had to get rid of that. We had to get rid of it, trap it.
Possums are actually really good. You should let them stay because they're really good at eating little pests and critters and stuff.
Eat everything.
I think it was eating.
Yeah, they don't
plant.
carry rabies or anything. They're not at all aggressive. Like they're just the derpiest little fucks. They don't even. This is the sort of charming / sad thing about them. They famously play dead. Well, they're not actually acting. They literally are so scared that they faint. Basically, anyway. But yeah, they're the most harmless little fuckers. They'll hiss at you, but that's it. They're all hiss and no bite. So yeah, I would let possums be.
They eat ticks, so they're not bad.
That's
They're
what they
just
say.
dirty,
Apparently,
like-
there's conflicting reports on that now. Sometimes they say that they may not eat ticks the way that they're said to do, but still, even if they don't eat ticks, they eat plenty of other stuff. So we were talking about spiders and slugs and snails and all that kind of stuff. They eat all those things. So all kinds of different critters. They'll eat them. Leave the possums alone.
Yeah, a lot of it came from my wife, who's 20 years. She wouldn't kill anything, not an ant, not an insect. She would relocate anything, right? We used to have these humane traps, and then she would take it, drive. I'm like, yeah, all you're doing is driving it down to someone else's house and letting it out. Because like on the road, she would like find spots to let them out. Right?
Oh no!
Like a humane trap, right? But
well,
I'm not. I respect everything in nature, and then the one thing I realized, yeah, like even when I had those groundhogs or moles or whatever, yeah, like what was I going to do? Kill a few? Nature's always going to win in that battle, right? And a couple times living in the hills, when the balance gets off, I can remember a couple years where the coyotes, you hardly saw any coyotes or coyotes. There were so many rabbits you couldn't drive a quarter mile on my road without hitting one because there was like hundreds of them just running around at night, right? Because there was no coyotes to keep them in check. Like it's all balanced, and it's very fragile, and you don't want to fuck it. That's just my view on it.
Oh wow, dude! You know Zoom has closed captioning.
Yeah.
I never actually
There
turned
was
it
an
on.
interesting story the other day about okay, in all fairness, this might have just been an Instagram story, but anyway, regardless, the story still applies about reintroducing wolves in now I don't remember what state, but anyway, they reintroduced wolves in some state, which they've done around the West, in Oregon, a couple other places, and people assume like, oh, what's the big deal? And ranchers, of course, hate it because they're always worried that the wolves will come after their livestock, right? Well, the reason to reintroduce them was basically shown by this, because when they reintroduced the wolves kept the coyote and deer, and I think what was the other one that they messed with? Something else in check. And basically, when the population of those critters lessened, it basically started to change directly the greenery. Basically, I think there was more wetlands almost immediately. Like within a couple, 3 years, there was more wetlands, there was more grasslands. Literally, the entire ecology started to change. And before long, beavers came back. So literally, basically, by introducing wolves, I've got the story a little bit messed up, but essentially the facts are by introducing the wolves, they kept like critters in check that basically allowed essentially the natural ecosystem to rebalance into what it probably was more like, a few hundred years ago, a few thousand years ago, whereby the beavers basically created an enormous wetland, and the freaking wetland had crayfish and fish and trout and everything else. And on and on.
Bad things about beavers because they actually destroy. Well, they dam up and that's what they do when when you see a beaver, it's trying to dam up moving water. So it creates a problem when they actually can dam up some of these creeks and stuff. It will dry up.
What problem is it causing?
It creates a problem for humans, but in real nature, that was all like part of something, right? Like,
yeah, I was going to say, what problem is it actually causing?
Well, mostly like all of our issues with animals is how it affects us, right? We don't really care how the laws of nature. We have dominion over that, right? Which I
That's the
don't.
thing. I've heard plenty of people say that beavers are somehow a problem, but I don't follow. What problem do they cause? I mean, they're not going to dam the Mississippi. They're not going to dam the fucking Columbia.
Oh, and somebody's certain
No,
problems,
but
they
wait
then
a second, bud.
create a problem.
Now, in southern Ohio, we have most of the farms, if you're lucky, are up on top of a hill, but we have hollers and we have some pretty good sized creeks going through there. And the beavers will dam that up, and then that will flood that whole holler. I mean, you'll have a foot, 2 foot, 3 foot of water.
They're pretty
but
vicious.
It just builds up over time.
Yeah. But like if you want to go back hundreds of years, right? Well, then scientists or nature people could probably point out that, even that periodic flood, this happened and that happened. And, it was other ecosystems that relied on that. Like that's nature, right? Like ultimately, this planet went
every couple of years we just take the dynamite.
Any man didn't like fuck with things, and it all worked out,
So I mean, they're not all bad, but in certain places now,
yeah,
like you're saying, they cause flooding. They take down a lot of the trees.
The road to my farm, it's notorious for this one section to always have a beaver dam in it. And when that beaver dam gets so tall from it making it so big, it'll flood that whole holler, and you can't get to your house if you have a car.
So let's say their dams can reduce soil erosion and pollution in agricultural landscapes, and the ponds they create store carbon and nitrogen. So that's the positives.
The only bad thing is that for the trees, trees hate them because, and even like the ones like they won't finish like chomping through them. It's just like half a tree, like the big area chomped out of it.
They definitely are like on the pest side of nature. Like even their personalities are kind of that way.
But they're vegetarians.
If you walk around a lake or like any body of water that has a good population of beavers, you'll notice 10 feet up onto the shore, maybe even more, there's fucking gnaw marks on the trees.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've never really
cool.
lived where there's beavers, so I probably don't really have a good opinion on it because they've never been anywhere that I've been. It's not a SoCal thing.
They have to put like in some of the state parks or other parks, they'll put metal, wiring fencing around the bottom of the trees to protect them near water.
You want to know what's a real problem? It's the wild pig situation in the lower states. They destroy full farms and stuff. Yeah, those wild pigs are mean fuckers too.
I looked in about going down there and hiring out to shoot them. I actually thought about doing that for a couple months.
If you pay the big money, they'll put you up on a helicopter and just hand you gun after gun.
Well, then get me in a helicopter, except you're not getting me in a helicopter, man.
Right out the side.
You get about 30, 40 feet up in the air, and I get a little skittish.
Right out the side with a thermal scope, and just go ham on them. Because
I got a big truck, I can lay on the top of it with the same thing.
if I ever did that, I would probably want to take like one or two and just make a ton of bacon and like smoked pork.
No, actually, what you do is you call up the local food shelter and you tell them, hey, listen, I'm going to be hunting at this certain place and I should be done around this time. And they'll send people out to pick up the hogs.
Yeah, but I
Just
want to
take them in and feed people.
That'd make a ton of jerky.
Yeah, it sounds like that's like real American wild boar jerky, or that won't last forever.
Have you ever seen the videos of them trapping them?
With the big steel traps that come down.
It's either the door that like flips down or the whole cage fucking comes down.
Yeah. It takes like 8 hours to put up that cage. And you're not putting up like real thin fencing. You're putting up like heavy gauge metal because that when they're trapped, yeah, they want to get out.
I think a lot of it's made out of that cattle paneling type shit. I mean,
I don't know what you're talking about.
You don't know what a cattle panel is?
No.
It's like a big metal gate with, I mean, you can use it for fencing. They sell them at Tractor Supply.
Well, yeah, we use it for fencing and, a way to get the cows in instead of having to put up wood. But yeah, I understand that. But damn, that would be really heavy to erect. Because you don't want to have like 1 8-foot panel missing. You want to have it open and you want to do it about 20 feet from a center point. Because
like 4 of them or something.
What you're hoping to do is to actually get a whole bunch of them and not like 4, like 15, 20 of them in that area.
Yeah, they put a bunch of food down.
Yeah, they all drop at once. Yeah.
Yep. And then you just open up. Boom, 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 boom.
A lot of the time, they don't even have to be there. They get a fucking alarm on their phone saying there's pigs, and they have a camera and they watch it.
Yeah, exactly. And then they go later on. But the pay ain't bad on that. It also depends on the person, how much money they have, how many wild ones they have.
I've seen footage where those things get pretty they'll attack you.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, they will.
Like there's like smart that way. Like at a certain point, they're like, "Oh fuck this guy, I'm ramming him."
Well, these things are, anywhere from 60 to 120, 200 pounds. So you get a 200-pound one and you're only, 150 pounds. He's saying, I'm going to have you for dinner.
Yeah, they
Get in my belly.
so they buy these and then they weld them onto the metal bars and stuff. It's pretty interesting how they make them. Some of them are really custom too.
Well, like corral fencing is, there's different levels of it, depending how much, like they all interlock easy. Some of them, cheaper ones, are a pain in the ass. And one or two people can set up a whole array of this stuff because they're meant to be dragged across the fields, and you can fucking hook up all kinds of horse stuff and cow. Yeah, they got, depends how much you want to spend. Like, oh, I've seen some cheap shit and I've seen the good stuff.
What time is it? 11:23. Dude, I want to go to the casino so bad. No one wants to go.
Tonight I watched
No interest.
So the next two nights he's in Worcester. I can pronounce it right because I'm in California. I always think there's an H, but there's no H.
Worcester.
Worcester, yeah. I used to go there when it was called the Centrum.
Yep. They had the Ice Cats back then. It was the hockey team that played at the Centrum. Yeah, I seen Billy Strings was out here.
Yeah, he put down a good one tonight. It was a huge place, like arena size, bluegrass, selling out 2 nights in Massachusetts. That's pretty epic.
Warren didn't even come close selling out Cleveland. There were so many free tickets, it wasn't even funny.
I have no interest in at all to go to the casino.
I love the casino.
I'd rather go buy some really good cannabis and waste my money on it. Casino.
I grow really good cannabis.
Yeah, true.
And I just harvested a bunch of
can't.
stuff. I mean, I go there with like a couple $100. I don't go there with my whole bankroll. You know what I mean? I go there to entertain myself. It's like a big kid's fucking arcade.
Yeah,
Now I can go.
I mean, it all depends on your view on money, but what else is money to be like? It's just whatever. Right?
Travel.
Yeah, if you want to travel, you want to go to shows, you want to fucking go to the gamble. I like to gamble. A lot of times I regret it. I usually when I lose, whatever, a couple hundred or whatever it is, when I'm walking out, that's when I start thinking, oh, I could have bought this. I could have bought
this. I bought that.
I could have bought fucking another pair of boots.
Exactly.
Yeah, but when you walk out and you won, you're like, all right, I'm gonna buy this. I'm gonna buy that.
Yeah. Well, but then also because I'm a addict type person. If I look back at my wins, all that was like, oh, that started a whole gambling or like binge. If I won a lot, then maybe I was like, oh, I'm gonna gamble bigger. We see what this, betting like this does. You know what I mean? That's the nature of it for me.
And a lot
of things I realized because of my addiction personality, I enjoy them, but then I fuck it up for myself by not having like discipline, right? But when you get to be my age, you realize, oh yeah, you lack that. That's why, you know, you don't fuck with coke, or you don't do this, you don't do a bunch of things. Oh, gambling, yeah, it's another one of those. I guess endorphin highs, whatever. It triggers the same thing.
So I want to go
Now
play
I do.
poker. Specifically, I want to go play poker. And in the game of poker at the casino, it's the one game that the casino doesn't give a fuck who wins because they're taking money out of the pot every time.
Yeah, like my friend that makes his living off of it, my cousin Danny, poker. Like I like to play like 3-6 or like lower limits. I just really did it for fun. Which then, long time ago, he explained that you can't overcome the rate. They call it the rate, even though it just seems like $3 a hand or whatever. And an example of that would be if you sat down with 9 people and they all had a couple $100 and just played for 3, 4, 5 hours. No, the money would be like, oh, well, who won the money? Oh, they dropped it down the pipe because they deal 40 to 50 hands, like, well, 30, depends, but they can get a lot of hands in an hour. And every time, depending on the limits, now they do take more in a bigger game, but in comparison, it's less, right? So that's called the rate. And like, yeah, he would always warn me, like, yeah, that's just like you're never going to get ahead because you're never going to overcome the rate. Move up to 816, and I would play 816. Yeah, well, then you don't buy in for a few hundred. You got to buy in for like 800. You always think it's $8.16 bet, but oh no, that gets up there. And
One
this is
thing I do.
limit hold'em, not no limit. I like limit hold'em more than no limit. I don't like someone like putting me to the test. Like I like to suck out on limit
That's what
hold'em.
she said.
Yeah, you can like, all right, $16, I'll take another card. No limit, the guy's like, yeah, all in for 200. And you're stuck making a decision for all your money. Like, nah, I don't like that. I mean, I play it because now most of the casinos I go to, they don't even offer limit poker anymore. No one, it's not popular. They offer
No,
limit Omaha. And that's fun. That's like Hold'em, Texas Hold'em, but a little different. Well, it's the same thing, other than you get 4 cards, but you can only use 2 of the 4. So then,
I used to like street card poker. That used to be fun.
yeah, and even when I first started going to casinos, they
Now,
would have low ball and stud. Back then, I was like in my 20s, so low
that's
ball
what
was
the
all
for me.
old guys. Like the oldest guys in the casino would be playing low ball. But then there was 7-card stud. That's a fun game too. But now everything's
Nice.
no limit hold'em. Like you go to a casino, that's all they poker rooms. It's all no limit, and a little bit of Omaha.
See, I'm the type to go and do a tournament.
But one thing with poker is you can't like go and think, oh, I'm gonna go play poker for an hour. Like most of the time, you got to settle in and play for many hours. It's not like a hit and run type of thing. Oh, you can approach it that way, but that's not really. That's not how it goes. Poker sessions are like longer.
I like the poker all night long.
Hit a slot machine and be done in 5 minutes, or blackjack, you can run it up and get the fuck out. Poker's kind of like, yeah, you grind away. You don't just win one big hand and beat. I mean, I guess you could, but Like that'd be like when I used to play Hold'em. I used to go down to the casino when I was kind of lights came on. I checked on everything. I didn't have a lot of work, so it'd be like 10 o'clock at night. This casino is 24 hours, and I don't drink. And for a lot of time, and the times I've won money and did it, it was the perfect table of drunks because yeah, they would be having a blast. Oh, buying each other shots and doing all this shit. But then last call would come around 1:30, right? And most of those guys would like play. They were too drunk to drive home, so they were going to play until they sobered up. And then they were super vulnerable, like, because they were like, yeah, they were on the backside of alcohol, like half asleep at the table or like just obnoxious or whatever the fuck. I used to think I was targeting those guys. It didn't always work. It's like there's a lot of luck. Yeah, there's a lot of luck in any of these games, like how you're running. You start to like those rhythms, and then how you become more successful is when you're running good. You when you are, then you push it harder, and then when you're running bad, you tighten up. But that's a hard discipline. Like a lot of times when you're running bad, you're like, oh, a key thing. Professional gamblers have told me this. Whenever you lose, that's it. You never like go back trying to win what you lost. Like once that's in your mind, then you're gonna lose. Like whatever you lost, that's it. You lost it. And then the next time you gamble, it's not like, oh yeah, I got to win back the money I lost yesterday. That's a losing mentality. And never have $50 bills. Like it's a weird thing. Like you get into people that gamble, and yeah, they're like somehow there's this superstition that $50 bills are bad luck.
Nope. I've had no problems winning with 50s.
Well, sometimes I have 50 and I get rid of them as fast as I can. Like, yeah, I'm one of those people that I don't know. All these other people I know that are gamblers, yeah, that's a real thing. Like gamblers are like uh, sketched out over $50 bill.
I see it as money is money.
Well, ultimately it is, but there's also a lot of other weird superstitions within people that gamble because that's the way it is. Like the game itself creates like that.
I've been playing a lot of scratch tickets.
Like I don't even know why or real history of it, but in China, the number 88 supposedly is like lucky, right?
Number
Like
8.
yeah, in casinos like slot machines and different things. Oh, 88 is a big thing, and yeah, there's like weird little I don't know what you call folklore gambling things like that develop over centuries. People believe weird shit.
Uh, um, Baccarat's an interesting game too.
Well, ultimately, like if you really gonna play money and it's baccarat, and like real when you get to like the people gamble pretty serious on baccarat. You know, now they have it on a screen, but it used to be they give you these papers where you keep track player, banker, player, banker. There's a tie every once in a while, which is kind of like a sucker's bet. But like the difference of that game and blackjack is blackjack as a player, you have decisions, right?
Where
Baccarat,
the
the
dealer
rules of the
can make
game
yours.
dictate everything that happens. So your only decision is to bet on the house, the player, or the bank, one side or the
Yep.
other, right? On one side, the bank, that's how the game makes money. The house takes like a teeny part of it. You only get paid so much because it's the bank and the player. And then people that really play it, it's not like blackjack where you play every hand. Oh yeah, you just move more chips out. Baccarat, people sit there, right? Let some hands go by. Then they start to like see what they think are patterns in the shoe. Like, oh, it's going player, 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 bank, bank, player, 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 player. All the times it's player, it's 3 wins in a row or some weird, some pattern. And then they'll bet big on that punch.
You're allowed
So,
to peel. You're allowed to peel the cards too. No other game you can actually peel cards and bend them. Baccarat, you can.
yeah.
Well, actually, in Baccarat, you could tell the dealer that you're new to the game, and the dealer in the game of Baccarat, I believe, has to give you the best hand.
No, it's not Baccarat. I think it's 3-card poker that does that.
Yeah.
No.
Baccarat is a simple game. There's no 7s, 8s, and 9s in the deck, right? So there's more face cards in the shoe. And instead of trying to get 21,
You're trying to
9.
get one.
9 is the number. Like a natural 9, well, that's unbeatable, which would be 6, 3, 5, 4, right? And then the way they turn the cards over, if it's below a certain number, like if you have an ace, that's 1, and a face card, you only have 1. Oh, you don't take a hit. The rules of the game dictate on the player and the bank, whichever side goes first. There's like, yeah, you only get to take 1 card if you're below this amount. Otherwise, it's not like, oh, I only have a 5. Only take a hit this time. I think that, no, you don't make any of those decisions. The rules of the game make the decision on, you're just betting on if this side or that side is going to be closer to 9.
Exactly.
That's it. And when I used to play, I played Baccarat because, yeah, sometimes after bad sessions at blackjack, I think about it. Like, yeah, I should have stayed there or this, or like you're second guessing things you did, or oh, the fucking idiot at the end who kept fucking taking a card when he shouldn't have, or all these factors. Baccarat, you only have one thing. Are you betting on this side or that side? Basically like a coin flip, right? I mean, and the odds are what it is. And how you better your odds is like I say, like sometimes you'll sit there and people don't bet every hand. Not a real Baccarat player. They're like waiting to see, like, oh, it's running this way, the shoot, because it's always a big shoot. And then they bet big on a hand, and then they get paid, and then they sit for a while, a couple hands, or until they feel that, like, oh, until they feel it, basically. Some people, because Baccarat, they have mini Baccarat, there's smaller bets, play every hand, right? Because yeah, but like high level Baccarat, that's not how they play. But they did big, like they're yeah. And somebody can go on a street there and break the casino off pretty serious.
Yep.
5 minutes to Wapner.
It is a game actually that you can play at the casino and literally play for hours and not really lose that much.
Penny slots.
No.
Oh.
There's like
Okay.
pie
Gal poker. Pie gal
gal
poker.
poker. Face up. So the dealer tells you exactly, like, people call it the blackout game. Because a lot of people, like, when you're super drunk, it's hard to lose. Everything's up. It's face up every card. I got a bunch of blueberry kush growing right now.
Nice. Blueberry Kush is awesome. I like blueberry.
Need to make these.
I
I need
like
these
kush.
guys to come through. Gotta see what's a female out there. I actually gotta go check tomorrow and see how the plants are doing out there. You know, I've been using a insect soap mixed with what is that stuff called? I don't know, the oil stuff.
Neem.
No. Smells like peppermint. Fuck. I'll think of it again in a minute. They give it away on Rick's show a lot. I'm just trying to fucking plant therapy. That shit. I've been mixing the soap and the plant therapy out and spraying them outdoors. It's working pretty good. We have so many birds in my backyard right now because they're all like, I haven't went out there and picked the blueberries, so all the birds are just like, you'll see them, cardinals, blue jays, fucking coming in the yards, the blueberries.
You guys have grasshoppers up there? A big infestation, yeah.
I haven't seen. Actually, that's funny that you say that. I haven't seen a grasshopper in a long time. As a kid, I would see them a lot.
This year's like they talked about crickets or cicadas this year, but yeah, it's been grasshoppers here, and yeah, I guess the birds eat those pretty nicely. It's everything. It's all over the grass. You know, when I'm mowing, I'm just mowing them, and there's nothing you can do. And I just realized, like, okay, they're good fertilizer. I shall put it back into the soil. But as you're mowing along, it's like crazy. They just hop out of nowhere. I mean, you can't see them until they all just hop out like right in front of the mower as you're mowing along.
I have a lot of lantern bugs this year in my backyard.
I don't know what those are.
Fireflies.
Oh yeah. Okay.
So pretty when you like disturb them. They all fly up and start blinking.
Yeah, they're pretty cool. Put them in your pocket. Pocket starts pulsating, light.
Gotta fucking trim up these plants tomorrow.
I'm deboning some some buds now, cutting them off the stem.
Probably haven't like smoked it, but there's a strain called Starburst 36. Have you heard of it?
No.
Yeah. Oh, he's a known guy, breeder. I can't think of his fucking company now. And like Mendocino. He won some event with it a few years ago. And then my friend Robbie, he got a hold of it and then has made all these he crossed a lot of things into it. But then yesterday when he was in town, he brought I made an accidental pollination, not accidental, a male pollinated one of my rooms a couple years ago. So it was a Wilson back cross that like went into all the females that I had at the time. Few people grew it out because I gave them out, and it was good. I never grew it. I don't know. I never grew any of the seeds that I made, but I gave them away. Um, so he took that, the pancake Wilson, and crossed it into the Starburst 36, and then gave me some seeds to try out. And then this other strain called Star Fruit into the Starburst. He's like a hash guy. He makes draws in it. So a lot of his breeding is trying to take things that are popular in the hash game, make plants for that. Not saying that those plants won't be good flower. Some of them aren't. As much as like I was smoking Skittle rosin yesterday because he had some, but I have no like ambition to try to grow Skittles because I've seen and heard like, yeah, it's this finicky plant and only wants to be watered like long cycle and doesn't yield a lot, but oh, it's super tasty. You know, if you make it into hash, it's super valuable. And I see why. That shit's tasty fucking hash. But
Yeah,
it's not like I'm gonna go, yeah, I want to throw a Skittle.
I got
Some
runts.
strains are just that way. Like, sounds like that's some outlier mutant plant. Like, if a plant isn't have vigor and structure and all that, no, there's some I've seen them and I've had them that are on the mutant side that are the dankest, tastiest, stoniest shit ever. But yeah, how do you can't like grow plants like that? No, not today. I can't justify like the expense of space for things that aren't like a certain way. But I love me some Skittles. Even how
Yeah,
I almost broke my record of like never going in a legal shop. Well, it was probably a month ago. So I know where this one place is. I see a lot of people coming and going. I was like, gonna go in there and try to buy some Skittle rosin. Yeah, I really like that taste. Not enough to like. I guess if I had some outdoor space where it wasn't really about how much it costs to space. I mean, you're using the sun. Um, I try to grow some. But indoor space, no. And there's a lot of like crops as a Skittle that probably like, yeah, made taste a little bit like Skittles or some, but then brought like some vigor to the action. That's what breeders do.
Same thing with papaya.
Yeah, a lot of those hash strains, like I noticed this 4 or 5 years ago when I was hanging out with Mace a lot, doing all these dabs. I was more like at the shop there with all these guys. I started noticing because like I would smoke stuff. I'm a grower and mainly can judge weed from flower. That's where I know weed. And there was weeds that like or there was the tastiest killers had, but I never saw any buds. Right? I'd be like, yeah, like that's weird. You like because sometimes when there would be certain tastes, I was really curious to like see what the bud. But a lot of that is first off, it's fresh frozen. Second off, like some of the hash strains and the methods to grow hash are way different than the strains and the methods to grow flower. Like there is like a yeah, they're after different things than we're after.
Ow.
Sometimes they meet in the middle, right? But a lot of it seems to be, different directions. Because a lot of times, even back in the day when there were weeds that were like fruity, they weren't like, yeah, they didn't have the density or they weren't like, they didn't look good in a turkey bag, basically. Like there's more to looking good in a turkey bag. There's like people that deal with them like pounds and turkey bags. That's a thing. Some people don't even like. I realize they don't even smoke. Like to me, part of like checking out a bag would be like, oh, can I take a? Can I smoke some? Like just a bong hit or something, pipe hit, pipe like smoke something. Some people, no, it's just they look and they smell it, and then they like kind of open the bag and look at it from like a certain. That's it. Their decision is made in this like kind of in a quick way, like where like sometimes I realize, oh, I know which bags are better than others. I like at least in my opinion, in the strain. Yeah, sometimes it's amazing. It's like, oh, well, if that's what you want, then take those. A lot of times, like the guys like that will gravitate to without even realizing it to lesser stuff. Okay.
All right. I gotta get out of here, guys. Hope you have a good night. You safe?
Later, Smash.
Peace.
Ah, I'm looking at all the menus for tomorrow. I wonder trying to decide what to order.
I think the mailing would be really good if we could do that here. We could mail cannabis around.
Want some gassy shit.
I suppose, well, maybe it is done a lot in Canada, but I just not done more.
Blue caviar cake. Oh, watermelon. Right on. Okay, guys.
Yeah, I've been watching a few of Mace's videos lately. Been putting out a bunch. He's quite a cat.
You're not allowed to have the gassy stuff in Canada, right?
Hey, Flora. What's that?
Said you're not allowed to have the gassy stuff in Canada, right? I'm just joking.
Hey,
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey.
look at the other place you can order from.
Yeah, watermelon with the gas. That's where it's at.
I like watermelon and I like gas, so that's pretty sweet. Sweet combo.
You would like the watermelon Skittles then.
Yeah. The fuck is it? Oh yeah, that's where they are. AD.
That's tomorrow. Yeah.
The hell?
I saw those glasses at Walmart. Minecraft glasses.
I don't know. None of the dishes, well, not none of them. Some of the dishes match, some of the bowls match, but it's all a mixed match.
What are you talking about?
I'm sorry.
Bowls.
Yeah, that was the last show.
Suck my
That was pretty good.
What'd you say? It's a live show? Yeah.
The last show they were showing hardcore and Cap was showing off some antiques and just handmade pottery and stuff, glassware. Yeah, that was pretty cool.
Yeah, it destroyed my back, but I made just over $3,000.
Would you do eBay it?
No, the National Sports Card Show was in Cleveland.
Oh, you had sports cards.
Yeah, and memorabilia.
I thought you were selling the dishes. I thought I heard bowls.
Well,
Yeah, they do that
hardcore
too.
hardcore has a whole bunch of pottery. And some of the bowls were made by this guy that taught at this university or whatever.
Well,
There it is.
when Hardcore was showing all that, I realized, wow, he has a lot of like knowledge, like of like the different artists that are valuable or historic, pottery, and history. Like he knew a lot. Like fuck, he has a hell of a collection of every pottery, glassware,
Is it
but
like
it all has like a story. Like, oh, these are from this guy. He was this. This is from. He was his apprentice.
Is he into
Top
like
shelf.
He's
fine
like
china?
super knowledgeable about it all.
Well, my mom's birthday was yesterday. Yeah, yesterday. And we have been talking about the Blinko glassware. well, I couldn't find a vase except for this 18-inch big heavy glass one. And it was like, well, I remember when I paid $15 for this. I hope I don't break it and don't destroy the label on it because it's about 150 now.
Yeah.
But the green did make the flowers really pop.
I just found permanent marker. I might be getting some of that tomorrow.
Oh, that one's a good one. I like that one.
It's on my list. I want to try.
I went through about 50 grams of that pretty quick.
Yeah, if it's grown properly, it's pretty good.
This one says 4A. These guys are
Now,
pretty good.
there's one called Magic Marker. And when you look at the makeup of it, you're thinking, okay, this is really going to be much stonier, much longer hide than permanent marker. It is totally the opposite. I've had it from a couple different people, and yeah, permanent marker is way better than magic marker. And if you looked at the genetics, you would say, no, magic marker is.
Oh.
Did you get your hands on Adios Motherfucker yet?
Isn't like, wait, the
No.
permanent marker is a creation by Jay Breezy, right?
Sea Junkie.
Yeah.
ABZ, yeah, same guy.
Oh.
Yeah, I follow him. I see picture like wait, years ago I grew this wedding cake, whatever. It's like another friend saw the empty package and like said, oh, you don't have those seeds? Because like it was like one of the first ones he did that became something. I don't know the story, but I know wedding cake was part of it. That's the only time I grew his stuff. But over the years, yeah, seems like he's putting out some solid shit.
Yeah, Kush Mints is probably what he's most known for, and the animal mints. Of course, wedding cake.
$200 for half pound.
He's got good stuff. $200 for a half ounce of weed? Is that what you just said? That's extortion.
Yeah.
Well, people that got to a certain level as far as like value, worth, right? As breeders, which he did. Yeah, well, if you can then have like an operation, like grow operation with fully goal of breeding and making seeds and working lines and doing all the, and have people that work for you that, manage it just like they would a commercial grow. Well, then, yeah, you should be able to do some pretty good work. And, only be putting out things that meet a certain standard. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But a lot of times there's a lot like, oh, it's not as sophisticated as that. And that doesn't mean those people can't create fire. But somehow I gravitate to like people that I think are like doing this like longer term work than just like putting A and B together.
That's the part.
But then I also know that like you never know where the magic bean's gonna be. Like it's not like that. It could be in like
just like when you have kids, man. Just like when you have kids, you don't know which one's going to be the athlete.
Yeah,
which one's
even within that stage, you might just find the one that It's like 1 in whatever thousand. That's kind
That's why
of
we only have, one Michael Jordan and, one Kobe Bryant. They only come about one every 20 years, And, I hate to say his name, LeBron James, but yeah, there's only one of those guys like every 20 years out of thousands and thousands of basketball players. It's the same thing. It's
Funny
like,
you meant.
you gotta
Funny
win
you
that,
mentioned.
right? Like you might find it in 5 seeds, you might find it in 10,000 seeds.
I dropped 5 ticket stubs to get graded. One was Kobe Bryant's 81-point game and 4 LeBron game here
Was
in
that against
Cleveland.
Cleveland? Did he have that 81 point?
No.
Oh.
Give me a second to think about what team it was. The Raptors.
Raptors. Yeah, he's just schooling them, and he could have.
Hey, I know that
He
team.
could have did 100 points, but Phil Jackson didn't want him to break Will Chamberlain's record, I guess. 100-point record in Philly.
New England Raptors.
none of you guys are watching the Olympics.
Toronto Raptors. What the
No.
hell are they? A baseball team?
Shit, there's some kicking ass going on over there in Paris. But
Yeah,
there's a
the
lot of
United States
controversy.
finally started to win.
Yeah.
There's a lot of controversy with their opening ceremony, but I didn't watch it, so I can't really comment.
Did you guys?
Yeah. But the sports has been epic. Like there's fucking some killer sports going down. Like and the USA representing good, but overall like good level shit.
You guys?
Like
Did
even
you guys hear
like,
about?
hey, something that somehow I don't know how I came
All right, well,
across
Team
her,
USA
but
kicks some
there's
ass.
this chick from San Diego that's this rugby star named Hyana Mayer or something. She's badass, dude. Like she just straight flings these chicks off her like nothing. And she's funny as hell. Somehow, like by being funny as hell, she has like 1.6 million followers. Like
Canada's got
she's
2 goals.
turned it into this whole fucking thing. And she's just this crazy rugby chick, dude.
Says we're number 6 right now, gold. We only have 4 gold.
Yeah.
Well, until I
Canada's
think
got-
yesterday and today that we had 0.
Yeah, Canada has 2 gold.
We didn't even have any medals.
We have
Well, we
11
picked
silver
up some.
medals.
There's a couple of swimmers that got them right away, and Olympic chicks fucking did their thing. The gymnastic chicks.
That's what we
But
want.
that's
Yeah.
still going on.
And there's a lot still going on. Yeah, and surfing, oh, they're fucking kicking ass at Chopes, which is way in Tahiti, but the waves are like 15, 20-foot barrels. And some crazy shit's been going on. They're like at round 3. But yeah, Americans
like,
are in there.
These guys aren't streaming this like online for free, are they?
No, NBC owns it all. Peacock. And then they're like selective what they put on. Like they don't put every fucking shit on.
Yeah, I don't want to pay them.
Did you guys hear about Team Canada spying on another team with drones and getting caught?
No. What sport?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, wasn't football teams doing that shit? Like NFL teams were caught doing that shit differently. They were like tapping into the
Look it up.
the stadium's gear or whatever. They were straight hijacking it.
They were hijacking the team's signals from the bench to the quarterback and all the other people that have headphones now.
Well, I mean, you want to eliminate all that shit, like, yeah, go back to like none of that shit because they used to have hand signals and all this stuff. Hey, it was at the final table of poker. The guy that wins, his rail, which is a thing, and it was obvious it was happening because there's these things called GTO. They're called game theory
Horse football.
optimizers, right? Where, yeah, it like tells you ranges. You still need the cards to go, but
Huh.
like every time the one player got up and went over to his guys and huddled up, boom, they were telling him like what the GTO was saying over like the positions and this was the final two. And then yeah, there's a whole thing where it's really in the rules. You're not allowed to use any of that. But yeah, no one called it because it was kind of like on the well, no, they were openly doing it. Like it was obvious they would be looking at a laptop at the breaks, and he ended up winning. So it's a huge controversy in poker.
It was women's football for the Olympics, and the coach got banned. That's crazy.
Anything for the gold.
Yeah.
Yeah, and skateboarding, you'd think, oh, the Americans should be in there.
Chinese or the Japanese
Yeah.
girl.
Yeah.
That was awesome. The trick she did. Oh my God.
Yeah. The progression, I mean, bottom line is, especially women's skating, is like progressing, and all skating, they just keep getting better.
There's rap this year. Did you hear that? Is that true? The host country gets to choose like some sport. All right. Or break, maybe it's breakdancing. No, it's rap, breakdancing. Okay.
Even in that rugby thing, which I watched two of the games. They're playing. There's different versions. There's one called Seven, and it's a crazy game because it's like a football game. It's fucking basically like that, but it's only 14 minutes long, the whole game, right? It goes really quick. It either happens or it doesn't, right? And it happens. As much as like our team was fucking kicking ass and this chick was barreling over everybody, we only got bronze because the gnarliest team is from
That's what we.
wait, what New Zealand. And like they have this like it's like a song and dance. Like I guess it's from the native New Zealand Islanders, where it's like kind of like a dance, but they're also using their like there's noise too. That's intimidating in itself. Okay, like they're like gnarly. This team, they're like, oh yeah, you want to play rugby? I've known about rugby my whole life, but this couple of weeks somehow I watched this shit. And I was like, wow, this shit's that's way better than football. Like fuck that.
I don't want to be a hooker.
Got all fucked up by like the spectacle of it. Where this is like straight, like it's a mano, dude. There's no pads, no nothing. They wear teeth guards. That's it. And some of these women are like, fucking, like gnarliest linebackers you ever see.
There's a position in rugby called hooker. So
yeah, no, it's a thing. Like
who wants to be the hooker?
There's a bunch of cool stories coming out of it. Like even that thing where Flavor Flav, because he heard about the polo team, women's Olympic polo team, and like the girls on the team had to have like 2 fucking jobs and could barely train, and this whole sad story. So then he stepped up pretty good amount of money, enough to like fund the women's polo, or yeah, which all right.
So, yeah, so yeah,
I'm not a guy
five.
that was a Flavor Flav fan. I mean, I knew who he was. I thought he was kind of a cornball over the years, but then 2 months ago, there's this picture, and it happened. I wasn't there, but it happened in the booth, like the VIP booth at the Spear. It was Martha Stewart and Flavor Flav. It was their booth, and there's like they were at the show, and I'm like, oh, I knew Martha's cool. I know that. I didn't think Flavor Flav. What's he doing at a dead show, right? And then when he stepped up with this water polo thing, I'm like, yeah, that's a cool guy. Like, fuck, hell yeah. Not a lot of people like. A lot of people have a lot of money and fucking shitloads, and then yeah, you don't see a lot of like a lot of it's like stage kind of bullshit that doesn't really accomplish anything. But like sometimes there's little things that somebody could do without even that doesn't no, that's a write off, whatever it is. Like bam, no problem. Uh yeah, the world needs more of that shit.
Yeah, it
That's
says
what I could have been
five
saying.
new sports for the Olympics: skateboarding, sports climbing, which I don't know what that is, but surfing. Yes, first one, and breaking, which is
Well, I mean,
breakdancing,
it's the second time surfing.
Cowabunga, man.
The problem was the first time
and
surfing
some other one.
happened in Japan, where yeah, it's not known for waves. It was like 2 foot wave, but they still did the competition.
No, no.
Goal. This time it's at Chokes, which is called like
I mean,
it's in Tahiti. Dude, they had to get a cruise ship to park offshore because it's called the end of the road. There's no hotels, there's no anything. It's just this way. There is a culture of locals that have, like Kelly Slater, who just retired. That meant the family, and it was generational, meaning when Kelly Slater, who surfed for 30 fucking years, first started surfing, it was the dad and the son. And then, of course, the women cooked and you lived in their place. And then they also had the boat to take you out to the wave. And it was like each family. So, like the real top surfers all have these families, but that only houses a few. So for the Olympics, it's a total huge cruise ship, and like
That's crazy. I can't believe they're doing it.
The
Yeah.
fucking wave, and that's where all the Olympics
They have it-
people.
wow.
Everyone,
Part of the Olympics is in Tahiti. Yeah, that's crazy.
not just in Tahiti. Like this place is like you go all the way across Tahiti is what is called the end of the road, and you cross over the
Chichihupo.
bridge, and
Yeah.
it's like native jungle. We'll just say that, okay? But there's a surf spot, and it's kept that way. Oh, all these top surfers that have these relationships with these families, they even though they only surf there a couple times a year, oh, a little goes a long way there. You know what I'm saying? So the Olympics being there is going to be this giant boost.
Yeah. I thought it all had to be in one spot. I thought it always was. Maybe it wasn't always.
Well, okay, when the
Olympic
WSL
Village.
events there, to take locals, build this like structure out closer to the wave because you can't film it from shore, right? And what makes this place unique is there's this platoon of boats that the locals have that are set up for this surfers, and they all just sit literally where the gnarliest 20-foot tube raging, spitting fucking surfer out is right there, like feet away from them. But because of the way it goes, all the boats are like, they're in like a No, they don't tether together, but they work together. That they're all in this like lineup, and the lineup is like any lineup. Certain families have like priority, right? And those surfers have that like there's a whole pecking order, But this is the place. Like there's not a pipeline in Hawaii and a couple other spots, nothing like Choke. Like that's a wave that unless you're like super expert advanced, you wouldn't even think it's been there forever. It's only like 20 years ago, some I think Andy Irons or one of the old time surfers thought, oh yeah, I think I could ride that wave. It's like it's so gnarly. But now, even the women compete there, right? Where yeah, it's it's a gnarly one. Yeah.
I went downstairs to get some ice cream and cake, and my dad was watching the BMX bikes, and there's this kid from Canton. Man, he pulled off a 720. He was doing a trick like every three some seconds. I mean, this kid should win a gold medal if he doesn't screw it up.
Olympics is a big deal.
Well, some of these sports, yeah, they're like American sports, like skateboarding, yeah, BMX,
Gnarly.
yeah, like, and for a long time we would dominate anything like that. But today's game, there's a lot of people from all over the world that are fucking good as fuck.
Yeah. Like the street skateboarding, like somewhere in like South America or somewhere where it's famous, this place they go down, this track, it's not a track, it's through like this village or something. But they just do trick skateboarding, I'm thinking, right? For the Olympics, they're not doing, because that'd be cool too if they did like speed skateboarding. Street.
So it's
It
like
is street? Oh, wow.
there's no bird, it's just street.
Yeah, check it out.
There's different like competitions. There's like the best trick, and then there's the routine.
I wonder if like Red Bull has anybody in there.
Well,
That's
I mean, just
crazy.
because I think it's the gnarliest thing, and since even when I was a kid, I skated in pools when I was a kid and stuff. To me, vert is like that's it. The fact that street is like more popular and that's what's in the Olympics and there's no vert. Yeah, that's a sad state of affairs.
Yeah, I would think. Yeah.
There's some gnarly guys like and girls doing like crazy stuff. Like there's like a 14-year-old girl that is on Birdhouse, Tony Hawk's team, that can do 3 900s in a row. Like
holy shit.
900, 900, 900. Now
that's gnarly.
Like barely like she's such a kid that even when you see it, it's not that impressive because it's like, yeah, like a 60-pound person doing it. You know what I'm saying? But she can do it.
I can't even ride one.
I can't even spell right. Jesus. I have to delete. I want to erase my own comment. The fuck? Yeah. Exactly, J5. Shred that.
I gotta read what J5 is saying.
Shred the gnar.
He always has interesting things to say. He's one of the more entertaining chatters across all
Yeah.
the content.
Killer Garden too.
I see him
Yeah.
like all over the place.
I got a picture of J5.
Don't let your wife hear that.
Huh. Luckily, she has headphones on. Where'd he go? I had a picture of him.
Did I tell you I went to a killer concert last night? It was called the Outlaw Festival. It had John Milton and then Bob Dylan and then Willie Nelson. And it was fucking killer.
Sweet.
We got
How was Willie?
and they were like fifth row, right in this huge amphitheater.
How was Willie? Was he good?
Willie was like, there's this new song. Like I thought, oh, he whipped out some old classic because it was like so. It sounded like that. I don't even know the name. It might be called Border. We're in Chula Vista, like literally a rock's throw to Mexico, right? And yeah, he has this new song. I found out it's like the title track of his new album. Look, 91 years old. Yeah. It's not written by him, but it's a longtime collaborator of his that wrote it. And yeah, it's this Border song. Outlaw Border. It has like the gnarliest story and verses, melody. It's like a classic, but it's new. So that was a highlight. Because a lot of times Willie just goes shreds through like a lot of songs in his set because he has so many, like people want to hear all those songs. Like there's never a bad one. And I saw him on his 90th birthday, 2 nights at Hollywood Bowl.
Oh, right on.
That's like he's 91 now. Oh, I figured, he was like pretty haggard at the Hollywood Bowl, but that was this giant event. His birthday party. It was 2 nights. So many people there, like in the, in the backstage, all the different people that played for his birthday. Where this is like, he's out on tour in his own element, and he was in like rare form, like playing the shit out of that guitar.
Right
Bob
on.
Dylan, you never count Bob Dylan out. Like he don't play guitar no more, but he plays a mean ass piano, and always puts
and his
together
voice is good.
Big band.
He gave up alcohol. That helps.
Like he has like a certain arrangement, more like I don't know, more jazz. I don't know, but the musicians he gets are always like
that's fine.
They might not be known, but they're players. They're good.
Did Willie do Roll Me Up and Smoke Me When I Die and On the Road Again?
Yeah, he did On the Road Again.
Right on. That's
Mika,
my favorite Willie
his
song.
son is in the band, so he did a couple songs. They're like duets with Willie. Roll Me Up and Smoke Me When I Die. Yeah. He opens with
That's
Whiskey River. That seems to be for
nice.
years now. That's his opener, Whiskey River.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
Yeah, he's playing LA tomorrow at Hollywood Bowl. I might go. I don't know. But then the show I
Right on.
really want to go to is later, I think next coming weekend. It's at the Gorge in Washington. And instead of Mellencamp, it's Billy Strings, Bob Dylan, Willie Nelson.
That one would be good.
Yeah, that lineup is only that one place at the Gorge. But yeah, that's gonna be really good.
It'd be cool if like Billy joined Willie.
Well, for sure they will. They have that song, California Sober.
Yeah.
And at the birthday, Billy Strings played Whiskey River every night. Like, but no one will join. Like Bob Dylan, he don't play that. He like even you think, oh, maybe you come out with Willie. No, no. Bob Dylan's in his own like pocket. Like he's beyond legend. What's crazy is, as I've watched in the last 10 years, some of my favorite musicians from all that era really aging like into their 80s, and we see the age. Not Bob Dylan. I don't know whatever he's doing. He has like this perm, and like he doesn't look any older than he did a few years ago.
It's called hair dye.
Nah, well, whatever he does, he's a rock star. But
He's
no,
3 years old.
Bob here and Phil and no, the age is like I don't know. Bob Dylan's still like somehow this vibrant fucking guy, right?
Lyrics were always hard to understand like 3 decades ago.
45 minutes, an hour, and do your thing. That's every couple days. And it's like at a certain point, it's an act, right?
Well, every show is an act.
Yeah. And people that have been doing it for 60 years are like on another level of craft with that part. You know what I mean?
Acting. I missed another segment of the show.
Welcome back, Jimmy, Flora,
Hello.
Cheers.
Potter, Potter.
I'm sorry, guys. I gotta go. I've got an early up in the morning.
Later,
And
Cap.
today it was a long day. Everybody have a good one. Fumi, thanks again for the show. And we'll catch you all tomorrow at noon for the safety meeting, maybe. Peace out.
Later, Cap. Woo-hoo.
Anybody smoked garlic gelato before?
Coffee. Take a look at my cat.
You don't use hypochlorous acid, bud? Clean up those cubes. Guess nobody can hear me.
No, I can hear. Yeah, well, Bud's got there.
Like a little bit of hypochlorous acid would clean those things right
Oh.
up.
Yeah. Oh.
Or FLF 100, which is even better because that's like a microbial enzyme.
Well, I've used that stuff. Yeah, like from it was all
I used
giveaway.
FLF 100 for years, and you know, my roots were always white. Never had problems. It was good stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, it's weird the things you accumulate. Like I've got a gallon of concentrated peroxide, like strong sulfuric acid. But
See, look at these nuts. You like those nuts?
not the official Mr. Beast though.
Oh no, that stuff's good stuff.
Yeah, he's been in
I usually see that
years.
Mr. Beast. I see that at Walmart and
Yeah.
7-Eleven.
Have you seen the burgers? Any of those places, or wherever they sell them?
Not really.
Can't believe he's branching out like that. Crazy. But I guess it's like OnlyFans and have this like multi-billionaires on there. A lot of them aren't even anything sexual. People in the Olympics, yeah, they could. This is one of the first Olympics where, maybe the last one, where you could roll it into like being a personality real easily. Get a lot of followers and especially the hot women. It's just because it's more and more of that they're feeding on the shorts nowadays. Just like women doing yoga. But gymnastics is good too. I mean, if you want a channel. I don't know how much they make, but it's pretty incredible. Rogan's got a huge thing going. He was Olympics. Started in the Olympics. He gets like everybody on that show.
Does he pay them, you think? Or do they come on there for free?
No, I was thinking about that. Like, no, they got to come up because it's so, they get such a
It's not
boost.
me.
Just getting on that show is such a boost for anybody. Like, somebody for like some like like Habitat for Humanity type person. You get some, like people that aren't really that well known yet, and and then they're well known. He doesn't have to pay anybody. That's such a huge show. And for like 2 or 3 hours he'll be talking. It's a long time. And he's just himself. He'll be drinking whiskey, smoking pot, and guess doing whatever. He's like offering them drugs or whatever legal.
I'm sure it's edited too. It's not real time. I don't think it shows it.
No, yeah, because they'll just stop for bathroom breaks. Like somebody was, all right, I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be like, okay, yeah, we'll just stop, and then it just cuts right back. When he's starting or has a comedy store, or some small place like that, he keeps saying, he's not trying to make money on it, just doesn't want to lose money, but he just wants a place for small place or talent to go and just a fun place because he was at the comedy store. I don't know his background. I was going to look that up one day because most of these comedians have some, and they always talk about how they got some kind of screwed up something in their life. Like that's how they got into comedy. Some kind of difficulty or something screwed up or something twisted. But he's like done a lot of different things like comedy and athletics and Olympics and that TV show that he first got popular on, really, or that I remember from the Dare show. What was that? I forget the name of it. That was a crazy show, though. And now a talk show host, and he's actually a pretty good, interviewer. He's real mellow, just himself, totally himself. You can tell he's just totally honest about being himself, and usually if
What's
there's
he
nothing
making?
else on
$1 million a year or
YouTube, I'll
something?
turn in. Yeah, I don't know if he's still making that. Maybe, but they used to keep his stuff off YouTube, but
Yeah,
they've recently put it all on there. So
I think it's because it's a more popular platform, to be honest.
it's good. I think even the new stuff maybe because when it all came out kind of the same time, and it'd be like, oh, this came out 2 weeks ago, but it'd be from years back because they put a lot of old stuff out. They opened it up.
Yeah, it's usually like clips I see though, not whole shows.
Yeah, they're
I
both
mean,
though, but yeah,
it used to be whole shows like all the time before he moved.
he tells story. He's a gambler and he likes to play pool. Yeah, he's in drugs and partying and I don't know. There's a lot of phonies out there.
Yeah, he's been around everybody for a while, so. Where'd Buddy go? Oh, he's there. He's just doing some different stuff. But he just threw a bunch of shit away. I guess he was pruning,
Yeah,
pulling branches off, getting suckers off, pulling the suckers off.
Yeah, that's a nice grow. I don't know. Whenever I've grown in hydroponics, I really didn't have trouble growing anything, it seemed. But I don't know about how Skittles would be. But like anything, I would grow in hydroponics. So or rock, something, cocoa, rockwool. Yeah, I guess not organic. So soil, I'm gonna be doing that.
Drew Skittles in pretty much every medium. I wish I still had it around.
Have a good night, guys. I gotta go. I'll see you guys tomorrow at the safety meeting. 12 o'clock
Right.
Pacific, 3 o'clock Eastern Standard Time.
Later.
See you, D.
Later, Flora. See you, Jeff. Bud. Creamy.
An e-gigawatt. I'm gonna fill this bowl again. See, this is like well, this is that these are seeds from Green Fingers, that cross that they made. Like it came from Bud and then went to him and he F to it or whatever. That Mendo Breath and Banana God. You ever grow any of Mace's stuff, Laura?
No.
I mean, he just gets a lot of stuff from everybody else. Seems like,
Yeah.
but
He crossed some of my stuff into his stuff, and I thought maybe he'd give me a pack of it, but he didn't.
oh yeah, did you ask him? It seems like he
Yeah.
would. Yeah. Huh.
I asked him this thing, you never got an answer. Well, I did get an answer. He said, go on the website and order it. Wasn't the answer.
He might, yeah, he might get that a lot from previous though, like the time with Coot, but he seems like
I crossed the Wizard Lips.
he's got a lot of seeds.
A strain of mine called the Wizard Lips. He crossed that to something, whatever his male is, and the Wizard Lips was
Wilson.
Yeah, probably. Wizard Lips was Skittles to Triangle Canyon, which is like a heavy. It's like Triangle Kush and Topanga, basically. So it's like a OG Skittles.
Sounds pretty good.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
Someone I was thinking. Oh, he was using it. He said "za." I was thinking about you with the Zaza.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that's a California term that's coming out or once in a while. And you smell something and say, "Oh, that's." But yeah, just a term. But that's something. But there's always new shit coming out.
There is.
And the old shit's good too.
A lot of it's just a recycle and a reshuffle. And it's the same terps and same shit, just implemented a bunch of times.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, like the gas. Yeah. This
Look
is real nuance.
Look how many strains are myrcene and caryophyllene dominant. It's just there's probably 50 different strain names, and it's just like the caryophyllene and the myrcene just vary by little percentages.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you don't see Lenalul in a lot of strains anymore. I used to like that old.
Like everything in life, there's like cycles. So
Yeah.
like, oh, we're in this cycle for some years, but
Gassy cycle.
all of a sudden this will lead back to like something. Probably will go to more longer flowering and hazier or sativas or different. Like there'll be fads. They come and they go, right?
Yeah.
Certain things. Some things, oh, they fade off into the distance because they were just bullshit anyway.
Yeah, a lot of flavors. Like I'm really not into the fruits anymore. Just like there's fruits with gas and other things like that, but yeah, that's about it.
Yeah, that's
Something
how
else, some funk.
like I enjoy some of those fruity dabs, no question. But like if there was like 100 bags of weed and I was only able to choose one, and like there was all these fruit, all these different kinds, yeah, I would be, my nose would like recognize those fruity ones, but no, because like ultimately I'd want something that like had no ceiling, got me stoned, and most of the time for me, those aren't that. They get you high. They get you high. There's a taste. I that's a cool way to smoke too. But myself, I like super stone. Like, oh, most likely I would gravitate to the sickest OG that was there. Because I know that would be like the in the dirt shit for sure. If you only could have one.
Yeah, it was blueberry.
Fruity flavor ones. Like, yeah, they're cool and all. Like, yeah, I get it, but not like not my favorite choice.
Blueberry was the first kind of fruity one that somebody told me, yeah, you gotta try this blueberry. Yeah, it tastes just like blueberry. And yeah,
the
I was like,
original
wow.
blueberry for a while, and there was a few, yeah, it definitely was like blueberry. There's been a period of time where I was like, holy shit, this is infinite. But now we're at a point where I'm like, oh, there is only so many things. It's not infinite. Like there's only so many fruits, there's only so many candies, there's only so many uh flavor and smell profiles. We went through an explosion over the last like whatever years where there were some times I was like, I growing for as long as I have and being involved with, I just couldn't imagine that like it was every other time I was doing, most of it's in dabs. Like I said this earlier, like a lot of that, what some of that was so interesting from my curiosity and like I wanted to see like the bud. I wouldn't care if it wasn't even trimmed, whatever. I just wanted to see the bud that grew that made that taste. There's some crazy flavors out there, no question.
Especially in some of these rosin jams that people make. I'm like, holy shit, so flavorful. Some of these boutique rosin maker people out in LA area, they sell like 2 grams. It'll be expensive. It'll be like $180 or something. But the flavor is like out of this world. But I'm not saying buy that all the time, but buy it once, try it out. It's pretty good.
Well, and some of that is, as someone that just really grew flower and then dried and cured it, a lot of like the best rosin and the craziest flavors are coming from like fresh frozen, where it's done right by somebody that really is doing it right, beyond it being grown right. They're harvesting and freezing it and basically being able to capture that. As someone that's grown weed, oh, I knew, yeah, there was like certain ways weed smelled like when you cut it down that by the time it was dried and cured, you sometimes didn't always translate, right? But when they are able to like fresh freeze it and process it, rosin methods, yeah, they're able to capture that essence of like the plant right when it's done. Or dried and cured flowers, not quite that. It's sometimes some flowers, yeah, what you enjoy so much about it was happened in that dried cure period. Like flowers are different than rosin, fresh frozen. Even though I guess I understand the science of it, like to me when I first heard it, I was like, wait, that'd be like wet weed. Like I didn't understand that like freezing it
Dries it out.
Yeah, because anytime I ever tried to smoke any weed on the early side, and my wife, like we'd get like this. Well, we whether it was right or wrong, we thought it was like, oh yeah, that's a chlorophyll headache. Like you get this little like frontal lobe thing because the weed wasn't cured enough or dried all the way. Sometimes it would just be like, yeah, I wanted to taste something, I couldn't wait, or I had other weed, but I'd be like always whatever, pushing the envelope there. Yeah, I'd get this like what I used to call like a chlorophyll headache. Then when I first heard about fresh frozen, I was like, yeah, like how do you get around that part? But then, I've listened to content people like explain like, yeah, it's not like the way they extract it, they're leaving that behind anyway.
Well, they're like also doing like a lot of prep work, right? Before
that's in the carbon or the leaf.
Aren't they doing a lot of prep work, like the freeze dryer and?
Well, that's after you wash it, but yeah, I mean that's a whole art. And some guy like even in that, yeah, craft. That's where you really see craft emerge. Like to me, like because there's plenty of like bigger operators, and even if you listen to some of the people, my friend is, runs a pretty big wash thing, and he almost invested a lot of money to get like a hugest washer had to do bigger scale. But if you really want the good, you got to do it in like more of a scaled down craft version way, where a lot of the people that have like a reputation for putting out the fire when it comes to that, yeah, it's an art.
Now, will those guys like come and collect it?
I mean, everybody knows all the basics of it, but there's the finesse of it all, right? And
those guys though, like, do they come and like cut it down for you? Because like a lot of times, like like you and I, may not have a cryogenic freezer, but they might.
Well, I mean, right now there's like a set. Now, I look at this and say, yeah, well, that's what we actually need to establish back in flower. But what's starting to establish in rosin is, there's plenty of this rosin that's basically $4, under $10 a gram. It looks really pretty good. It's not shit. It isn't like bullshit. A lot of that's just mass-produced stuff, and it's might be a pretty damn good. And then there's people that are starting to like say, yeah, well, I do this, and this is my product that is like, it's on another level. Maybe if you're rating it in the stars, yeah, that mass-produced stuff might be 3-4 star at best, right? Where you get to the craft guys and they really have 5 and 6 star, right? And the flavors that are like mean something. They're still trying to get like, well, they've had to go down in price due to the same thing. Like, oh, a couple years ago, rosin had a bigger value because there was a limit to how much of it was on the market. Now it's just flooded like everything else. Matter of fact, even more flooded because so much of the flower that has no purpose grown outside in depths and in a whole bunch of different ways, lots of it is destined for that. And ultimately, in all these things, if a joint or bong hit or whatever of the flower of that plant isn't like good to get you high, stoned, whatever you want to call it, tastes pretty good, and certain things, nothing you can do in extraction is going to magically fix that, right? Like
not unless they're adding terps, manipulating it.
I mean, a lot of the pre-roll biz, like, oh, and the people know, they buy them, they like them, are like, what do you call it? Sprayed. Not that like, you don't have to spray the weed and the fucking hash hole thing and all that. No, they spray the paper at the outside, right? These flavors, right? And yeah, there's like this market around here where, yeah, the one brand, I forget what it's called. Like, yeah, it's not like false advertising. It's
like
sort of like if you use
like a glorified,
paper,
yeah,
right?
that's like a glorified Juicy J. You remember the Juicy J
Yeah,
papers?
yeah. And my one friend that like, I don't know, deals with what's going on like that was like, yeah, there's a bunch. Most of them are the younger, a certain generation, 20s, that like, yeah, like that. It reminds me, like, even though I was in the e-cigarette business, but using it for cannabis oil way back, like 10 years ago. But I remember, because at that time, the e-cigarette business was blowing up. There was all these, for nicotine, and
But
not
back
only
then,
nicotine,
it was like that was the CO2.
and like, I
CO2
remember
bins.
a thing back then, because I used to sell stuff to certain shops because I imported it. Yeah, there was this stuff like there was tries and quads, and wait, like quads was, it'd be like 4 distinct flavors of like e-cigarette juice. Meaning when you hit it, you could taste this, like separate. Like not like, oh, combine them all together and see what that tastes like. No, there was like certain carts and certain juices were like these ones. A lot of them were just 50-50s or 3-ways, but there were some that were quads. And I remember hitting a couple of them going, yeah, that's trippy. Somehow they had it that you could like distinctively taste all the different things all in one thing. When I hear about what's happening with these pre-rolls, I'm like, yeah, that's that same thing, because even back then, they weren't the youth that was buying those. That's how I know. And like, even though it affected menthol cigarettes and fucked up, sounds sort of crazy when California like banned all flavored tobacco items. Some of that was back then. This is like 10 years ago or longer. They weren't, the youth wasn't buying nicotine juice. They were just buying flavored juice, right? Because it was like a fad at whatever, high school, whatever, young people that were into vaping. Yeah, I remember like when I found out, yeah, no, they don't buy nicotine in it. We sell it without the nicotine. That's what the youth, like, because all they wanted was the flavor. like to that, it was like
so they're just vaping flavor only.
Yeah, they weren't trying to inhale dope or nicotine. That was just flavors. Now that they put some regulation on all that, yeah, I think that's necessary because even some brands I see seem okay, they're not targeting underage, maybe in a way. Some of their art and imagery is like set for that, right? Where one thing you'd realize if you're running a dispensary, every day, X amount of people turn 21, right? Or whatever the age is of 21, right? Yeah, that's a right market right there. And how you gonna get their attention with certain, like that's what they accused the cigarette companies of doing, right? Because
Well,
they
with
were
the
doing
weeds,
that,
like
right?
with the
Camel
weed,
Joe, and everything
yeah.
else. Like half of that was like subliminal, like targeting
Well,
minors.
isn't that kind of what the cookie shirt is? It's kind of like a Camel Joe.
Well,
I mean,
I think cannabis has to be careful because that's a fine line that like has already like the government shown that they're willing to do like things about that, even though that they're obnoxious. Like create like I remember people just being so pissed off that there wasn't menthol cigarettes, right? Newports and
you can
whatever.
go to the Indian reservation and get them now. That's what a lot of the people around here do.
But ultimately, that menthol wasn't really their target. It was that the industry was using other flavors and stuff to target younger people. And menthol became like, oh, all flavors. Because menthol cigarettes have been around as long as cigarettes. Now, I smoke cigarettes, and like if I ever try to bum a cigarette, which is hardly ever, but and all they have is a menthol, I'm like, oh no, thanks. Like I won't. No, that doesn't do it for me. No way.
Seeds are these. Where's this text message? Just seeds. I don't know.
But I think over time, if you're thinking that like generations actually move through life pretty fast, so in 10, 20 years, there'll be like 2, 3 different crops of 21-year-olds, 20-year-olds that, yeah, who like, I just think, yeah, so many things that we find as like normal ways of consuming cannabis will be just like phased out.
Yeah. Well, I saw like some genetic. There's like some people that are doing like a cannabis history. They're on Instagram and some other stuff, and I saw the guy like on a show, and like he was only like 18 or something, 19. He was like super young. So yeah, it's definitely a younger generation like getting into it. And this guy's like he's like
Well,
trying to
I
preserve
mean,
all the old propaganda stuff.
I granted, you can't go to the store till you're 21. Like
Yeah.
I don't know,
I
maybe the
think with
first
medical
time I
18,
stole some weed from my parents was like when I was 13 or some shit, 14. A lot of people's that's, you know, it's a great idea if the youth could prolong that. I would think, even though like if I had kids, I don't. Yeah, I wouldn't make it that they couldn't, but I would hope that they didn't until they were older. I don't think like young people and education and cannabis go that good together. As much as you might think, I remember having good grades at times and not thinking that was no, I don't think like you're not learning as much as if you were clean minded when you're that age.
You were that age, though. You were like high on acid and shit, weren't you?
Yeah, I mean, it was a whole different era. Like, but however society's managed to like make that less of a thing or as easy as a thing, that's probably good. Like I don't have kids, so I what do I know? But and a few people I know that do, oh, they play it pretty straight with their kids. Yeah. Like my parents weren't that way, no. But like they were products of the 60s, so like like they like
Were
as
they
my mom
beatniks?
got older, my mom like became more like she stopped using and drinking like somewhere maybe by my 20s, and then like had this weird thing after so many years of being that way, like sometimes when she'd be giving me shit, I'd say, yeah, I remember when. Like she had this way of like just forgetting that like for all these other years she was in on it with my dad and all the rest of the crew. Like she just like didn't acknowledge that was like also part of her life. It was weird. She just shut that part down out.
They weren't Grateful Dead fans, your parents?
I took them to a lot of shows. Yeah. Probably like 20 or 20 some. Like anytime they were local, I'd get them passes and stuff. One time in Ventura, like my mom just fit in backstage, and next thing you know, when they're playing, she's on the stage, like on the side, sitting on a on a like amplifier case or whatever with like a bunch of bikers and shit. I was like, damn, how'd she get up there? And then there's the one time in '81 that they came out. The first time the Dead played in Las Vegas was at the Aladdin. And we were partying. My parents came out. They had their own room, but they came down to my room. And like I don't know. Like I learned how to use drugs by them. So maybe I should have pointed out to them that yeah, the big lines, those are coke, and those little teeny ass lines, those are like China white. And unless you want to do that, don't do the tiny lines. Well, it was like half hour before the show. Somehow I left my room, whatever. I come back to my room and my mom and dad are like on my one of the beds. My mom has like the trash can because she's been puking, and they're just totally fucking hammered on this China white, like so fucked up, like that was it. And like, oh, they could still communicate. Like I was like, oh, what happened? They said we did a couple. What was that shit? The little lines. We didn't want to do a big line or something. And yeah, they snorted like a littlest teeniest hairline of pure China white.
Which drug is China White? Is that cocaine or is that heroin? What is
No,
it?
that's like the purest heroin of like it. That I don't even think you can get that shit anymore. There was two kinds: Persian, which was like this golden color. It was like the came from Afghanistan. The best pure heroin. Like this shit cost in the '80s over $100 a tenth, right? When you could get it like uncut, like dangerous shit, really. Okay, so I got them comfortable. They missed that show. There's no way. And then they were out all fucking night, just in La La Land. The next morning, I'm going, and they were going home too, but I'm going to Irvine Meadows. That night's another show, right? And like I'm trying to figure out what they're not like come down. There's no way they're driving. So I instead of going my the guy I worked for, BT. I was like, dude, I got to drive my mom and dad home. So I remember getting wheelchairs from the fucking Aladdin and getting my parents in wheelchairs. Let's see, 81, I'm like 18 years old. Okay. And getting them into the car, and they both sat in the back seat. I had to have like a trash bag because, like, when you're really fucked up on the shit, you're just going to keep gagging and barfing, right? My mom was sick as fuck. But in total La La Land, like not in a bad way, like because it's like dreamscape type high. So drive all the way through the desert, and like they live up in Topanga. There's no way I can go all the way that way and make it to the show, right? And they're like basically sleeping in the back. So I go straight to Irvine, and because I had like the laminate pass, the whole thing, I was able to like drive up and park the car like up by the stage, back of the stage part, like where the trucks were, right? And they kind of came to, I'm like, yeah, I'm going to take you home after I'm at the show. And I went to the first set, left him in the car, and then I came to check on them at the set break, and they were gone. I was like, oh, fuck, what happened? And there's no like text or anything. Like I remember, I think we were playing Irvine a couple nights, and then we were at the hotel up the street, and I used the phone and called them in the morning. And my mom was so pissed off that they got that fucked up, and I like what happened and shit. Oh God. Those were fun days. Like that kind of life doesn't exist today. Like that's all I know.
Yeah, it's a good story.
I was going to say you rarely hear too many fun stories about heroin.
Well, like back in that era of Dead Tour, like it was really good coke. Nothing like coke you get today, right? No one smoked it or did anything. They just snorted it, but it was like pure coke. It was expensive as fuck too, right? Not always, but oh, there was a lot of like phenomenal. Like I remember, there might only be a couple kinds of weed you could get if you were lucky. There would be like 10 different kinds of coke: Peruvian, Bolivian, Colombian, and they were all real, right? Flake, this, that. Some of them were different, like the high, but oh, it was a whole different kind of high back then. But if you did, like, yeah, I lived on this shit, right? 24/7, right? And sometimes you get like too spun. And yeah, that's when you do a little bit of like China White to take the edge off. But you had to be careful because that literally be what killed Belushi. That's called a speedball. That's like a whole other thing starts happening, right? Where you're like going one flash to another, speedballing. Like that's a dangerous place to be. But yeah, it wasn't like people just did that. That was like a thing. You did this and you did a little of this just to take the edge off. It's like, yeah, you don't want to be too gacked up on coke. But if you do a little China White, you're like in this perfect zone. But that's a hard one to maintain.
Yeah, or maybe less so as people would have a Quaalude.
Yeah, that would just fuck. Like you want to just like, yeah, that kind of was a short few years where Royers and Lemons, like real good Quaaludes were. Like if you want a Coke binge and you wanted it to end, take a Quaalude. That'd be the end. Like, yeah.
I'm surprised there's no like synthetic version of it or something. No one's trying
Well,
to.
like even when they stopped making the pharmaceutical ones, there were fake ones that were in pill, but then there was also like ounces of like I forget what they call it, methaqualute or whatever, powder, because actually as a chemical thing, it's not that hard. Like, oh, there's way harder things to make than that. And people would smoke it. That like there's like the post
People try smoking everything.
yeah, the post like I was young and I wish I was like more with it because like what was the legit reason that just about everybody could get like these scripts for Quaaludes? You just had to say whatever to a doctor and they go, oh yeah, here's 100 of them. Because like for a couple years, first it was Royer 714s, then Royer stopped making this other company, they called them Lemon 714s. And they were like, same thing with the Oxy and all that shit. It was like through scripts and people just picked it up at the pharmacy. I don't know what I guess you could look it up in the book because for it to be like that, there had to have been like a stated therapy or treatment, like oh for I mean I get why there was Valium and Xanax. All right, Valium back then, like that's a sedative. Quaaludes it isn't that right? And oh, it was real quick that it was like a party drug. It was right at the tail end of disco era and shit, right? Those things were like they were gnarly, dude. Your whole arm would be just totally numb. You were like, people used to drink on the shit too. And that was like, wow, that a lot of times they just flopped over, fucking passed out. Um, and yeah, they kind of knocked you out. Like even some of the things when you took it was, yeah, don't fall asleep at the beginning. Get through that first, like bam, and then it's a funner high. But a lot of times, oh, it would just knock you the fuck out. And you're almost like it was a weird state. But I always like looking back at it, what was like the legit reason that the pharmaceutical and the drug companies like had that drug out? That I don't think that drug is available in pharmaceutical anymore at all. But there were a few years, like the late 70s and 80s. Oh, it was like this Quaaludes were like a dime a dozen, like the pharmaceutical companies done that a bunch of times, all the way to like
Yeah, I just don't understand though why if
like
they're
used
so
to
damn
take
popular.
like
Like they were,
Bennies and Black Beauties for diet or whatever, but that was just straight meth.
yeah, but if they were so popular, like why wouldn't you think that like there'd be some chemists right
Yeah.
now making them?
Like every so many years,
Yeah.
the drug companies themselves like profit off of a drug that from the beginning they have to know is being used like in whatever way. Like they're not that stupid. Yeah, all the way to this latest one where and then those idiots, like I still remember some of the testimony where the Congress called all the opiate CEOs and they acted like totally naive to like any of the history, any of drug abuse, the relationship with pharmaceutical and this thing that seems to keep happening. Right now, it's back to speed, right? Because there's this new diet thing, Zemba or some shit that a bunch of
Zempics
yeah. Well, isn't that just basically some other version of speed?
I don't know.
Yeah, I think it is. Like they repeat the same thing. It's like cycles. I'm old enough to say, oh yeah, I've seen a couple of them. And then they always do the same thing. Oh, I don't know. Like, oh, I guess ban it. It's bad. Like, because Quaaludes, they just one day to the next, like, jumped out. I'm sure there's history you could read, like whatever happened. Something happened at some level where, yeah, they were giving those things out like candy for years, and then all of a sudden they stopped making them and they didn't give them out at all, not to anybody.
Calls it a hypnotic sedative.
Yeah, a hypnotic.
Methaqualone.
Yeah.
Mandrax.
Well, they also got associated with being like a date rape drug because that like half hour in it like puts you in this like almost state of incoherency for a short period of time. And then
it was like a sex drug. I thought, like almost like it
kind of became that. The era I'm talking about, it was just a party drug. Like we were teenagers and selling them like. I forget what we could get them for like 100 of them for whatever, and then you could sell them for $3 each, 2 for $5. And this is in like way back to where that'd be equivalent to $20 each today.
I wonder why they don't make it anymore.
What'd you say?
I wonder why they don't make it anymore. Or maybe they do. But yeah, Ludes. I remember this guy named Lude.
Well, they got all this weird
His nickname.
shit they do, like 2CB and 2CI and all this other weird ass shit.
Those have been around a long time. Like in Europe, there's like my buddy Robbie, who's been going over there a bunch of times in the last 2 years, and he's like he's my psychedelic fucking. He knows he's younger, but he's hooked up to the whole Bay Area thing. Anything, all of it. Yeah, he says there's shit over there he's never heard of. Super popular, more analogs than ever that aren't even like known around here yet.
Oh, Bill Cosby was one of the things he.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately the drug that really became the date rape drug was that thing called the roofie, whatever that one is.
Yeah.
That one definitely is a straight knockout, like out goes the lights.
Yeah.
Those were around. Like, I guess if you looked hard enough, they might still be, but like
it was in Scarface. It says here, yeah, it was in Scarface. Yeah, I kind of remember that. Yeah, it was just a popular drug, popular pill.
Well, I think where the governments like aren't paying attention to history is from the earliest man. It seems that man has like an instinctual desire to get high, whether it's alcohol or other things they find, like from the beginning of time.
Yeah,
right?
Not even men, like monkeys too. Like to get drunk. Some monkeys.
So like somehow you
Okay.
decided to pass a law, basically probably come out of the church origins, to be like, oh no, people can't get high. Like that's illegal. Oh, but alcohol, okay, yeah, that one's okay.
Yeah.
Like it's such bullshit. Which I don't think they'll ever like, even though the laws are changing and mainly the public change their views. That obviously that's what changes the laws. But yeah, I don't think they'll ever go back and say, yeah, it's wrong. It's not part of freedom to say you can or can't. Like if you want to, then you do it. Now I get that ultimately the government's there to keep what's the basic, like harm to society, right? And certain things cause harm.
Children, especially, put an age on it.
Yeah.
Whatever it is.
Well, I think over the last hundreds of years, if somehow, and they show this in certain places, obviously the latest failed miserably when they passed like personal amounts of drugs, all of them legal in Oregon or Portland, and then they it didn't go that well.
Yeah.
Well, the cat's out of the bag, but like, yeah, a lot of even like youth has a tendency to do things they're told they can't do. Like I think some of the cannabis thing, data shows amongst the youth, like it's not like, oh, now cannabis is legal. Look at the spike of people 12 and 13 using weed. I don't think there's that data. Um, I know I was one of those kids. Oh, if you told me I couldn't do it, oh no, that was for sure I was going to do it. Like there's a certain, now not everybody's thinks that way, but a lot of people do. So when you're told you can't do something, then there's more of a tendency to do it or try it.
Yeah. Mushrooms are actually all like natural um, drugs are pretty much legal here in Colorado right now. But it hasn't that really hasn't it's not out of control. I'm really surprised actually that you don't see and hear more just more fucked up people.
I mean, people had access to those things
mushrooms
regardless, right? So
yeah.
This now it's not like, yeah, you take the faux pas out of it, and then it's just another thing, right?
Well, people are growing mushrooms on now. And now it's like pushing the limits. But yeah, it's actually holding itself together.
Well,
you start off Denver, like just Denver, or the county of Denver, and then it became the whole state of Colorado. It was voted in.
Yeah, somehow
at least mushrooms, and then I think natural
there's
drugs or something, ketamine.
There's pressure and bills but no. So far, you'd think we would say yes, why not? But somehow we're still saying no. Probably because of Newsom.
Yeah, I can see. Yeah, it's surprising actually. Yeah, I can see mushrooms being okay there.
But I think it's been destigmatized. Like, I don't know. I don't have any recent experience. But like, just like if a cop today, you had a little bit of weed in your pocket, that's no big deal. That's nothing, right? If you had a mushroom or two, I don't like, what are they going to do? Oh, you're under arrest. You have mushrooms. Now, there's exceptions. There's fucked up cops.
Yeah.
Sometimes
it has to be personal use, all that.
Get you arrested.
Yeah, or you can give it away. Yeah,
I don't think the cop's like going to write a whole report. I'm going to make a case, take you to court, and try to sentence you because you had a couple grams of mushrooms on you.
Yeah, probably not. Definitely not in California. Seems like
California doesn't
maybe.
even.
or if it was legal.
Prosecute
But even if
shoplifters
it's not legal,
$100 and shit.
they give you a fine. But yeah, it should be like that.
Used to be,
Especially, it's really the most accessible
it was
drug.
like some whole
Less of, I mean,
system
just
that
go
that
out to a farmer's field.
like where it wasn't always that you went to jail, but you get caught with anything, then you're on probation. Like that was this huge thing. Put you on probation, and then you had to report and do this thing and test and basically get tripped up in this bullshit, right? I don't even think we have probation anymore. Okay. Like, because all that became the cost of it and the bureaucracy of it all. It just like went away. Like, even parole, there's not even parole anymore, only for like sex offenders and like certain level violent. But below that, there's no more parole. That was a huge thing. Like myself, until I discharged my number, it's been about 10 years. But from the time I was like teenager on, what was it saying? Like, yeah, I had a number. Like I was never, there might have been a little period of time when I wasn't on some probation or parole. But I spent most of my youth on probation and parole.
Yeah, it's good to be out, but it's hard to get a normal life like that. Straight life, whatever.
I mean, that was all part of the war on drugs, right? There was all this money. Like when you look at the amount of money, that's why it was like a real war on. It was a real war. The amount of money they spent on the war on drugs is as much as they spent on any other war, but it was domestic, and it went on for like from Reagan
It
to
was pretty crazy.
like I think it's over. I think it's finally over. Not all places, but for the most part, because it didn't work.
It was
Like
pretty
they
crazy.
like they
And the
tried
fear, but
something
just the fear that created.
and funded that thing and had this huge bureaucracy of it, the courts and the probation office, all these employees. But what did it actually do? It's a failed. It's like it goes back to what I said at the beginning. Like ultimately,
It stopped a real mild drugs a little bit.
Pretty large group that has an instinctual desire to get high. If you try to stop that,
and they probably just drank instead.
like I think they finally realized that. Like,
but yeah, it was crazy. The paranoia,
they
like
spent like so much
worrying
money.
about on phones, worrying about like someone was listening to you, that, or like, oh, you're being followed, like going to this store or that, like, that, worrying about that kind of stuff. And then
Well, I think one of the most abused probable causes
undercover
was that it smells like marijuana, because I think they use that. Okay, if you said that to me, there's a good chance it does. Okay, but I also know that they said that to everybody. Like, so there were a lot of people might have had a gun, might have had something else, but they don't fuck with weed. There's no weed. But the cop wanted probable cause. He would just have to say, "Oh, there's a scent of marijuana," and that was it. Like he write that in the line. Oh yeah, I smelt marijuana, so per whatever law, I have the right to search. Right, probable cause. Yeah, marijuana is no. Now I don't know if it's definitely not national, but I'm pretty sure in the major cannabis states, they've all adopted a thing, and I know in California it's been a long time now. The scent of marijuana is not probable cause anymore.
Mm-hmm.
That's a big thing.
Yeah. Yeah,
like
yeah, because could be
technically,
had.
if you got pulled over and your car smelled like weed, that doesn't give them a right to search your car anymore. Now,
Yeah.
do they need a right? They're going to do whatever the fuck they want. But
Now, if they bring dogs over, I wonder. Well, again, I
well,
think that's what
I
it all
imagine
has
the
to go to
legal
court and be
dogs
proved. But I think
cost a whole bunch of money that were trained to scent marijuana are no like almost obsolete at this point, and people
yeah,
don't even train their dog. Like the industry of training police dogs don't even train dogs for marijuana.
yeah, the sniff concentration levels. Yeah, I guess you can get a machine that uh, it's yeah, you know that it has to be tested, but yeah, it's not going to hold up.
Those
Which is
few,
pretty cool because that was a big deal, like
like
traveling cross country.
I
That
mean,
got a
isn't
lot
it
of deadheads
thing like if
in
you head
trouble.
east on the 80 out of Colorado, what's the next state?
Well, there's Utah to the west,
Yeah, well, like a bunch of those states, like,
Kansas.
I don't know if it's still going on, but
Mm,
I know a lot of people that used to transport. Yeah, they get hung up in those places because they profiled
Kansas.
and would pull people over and use these dogs. Like, oh, next thing
Yeah,
you know, oh, well, the dog says there's weed in this car, and they would bust people and extract money and do a thing. Like that's why there needs to be like, yeah, Schedule 3 has nothing to do with like legalizing pot, right? It makes it easier for them to do it. Be almost impossible to say, yeah, it's a Schedule 1, we're going to legalize. So, but legalizing it federally, well, the truth is, and you have to believe in our system, well, there are federal laws, right? So that, but like some states going to say, yeah, you can't tell us what's illegal or not illegal. We're a state. We can do what we want in our state, and for the most part, the Supreme Court agrees with that, right? So,
yeah.
like certain red state, even if weed's nationalized legal, they don't have to accept it.
Gets them in trouble though sometimes, like with abortion. That's basically up to states now. And yeah, it's actually illegal in some states. I checked that out because I was like, wait, is it actually totally illegal? Like, or is it like, even like, after a few weeks? No, it's like, yeah, some states actually abortion's totally illegal, except maybe some in under rare
Like,
circumstances, but
I mean,
yeah, from
other
like day
than
one.
like a monumental historic thing, I considering that, yeah, I voted for
But that's
215
up
and
to the state.
64. I regret voting for 64, right? Like, wait, if the state already has it handled, then what does it matter? Now I get it for interstate commerce and a bunch of other shit. Oh, it matters. But yeah, like one thing I know that if they do any such thing, they're going to come and want their fair share of taxes too. That's how it works. Right. So, wait, we already have state taxes. Last thing we need is federal taxes. It doesn't phase me, but the legal market, yeah, that or the consumer, because that will happen. They'll be like, oh yeah, it's 22% federal tax and 37% state tax. That equals 50 or 60% or whatever the fuck that is. And your $100 is now $158. And life will just go on. So considering that would be part of it, yeah, like our state, weed's been legal so long that yeah, it doesn't matter what federal government says, except if you were trying to do interstate commerce. That's the only thing.
Yeah. I think California like did something with credit unions and maybe some other things, right? So that it's not all cash.
Predatory lending, yeah.
Well, something so that they could the banking industry, because that's still like the problem why they wanted to go to have some, federal. Once it's federally legal, then the banks can get involved, and it's not all cash.
I mean, yeah. I mean, to the legal market, I guess all those things matter, and they're willing to accept the added taxes because I don't know what world you're living in to think that the federal government gets involved and legalize it for interstate commerce and banking and all that they're not going to put their own levy tariff tax on it. That's what they do.
You don't even think about it anymore.
When they go to
Alcohol.
put the votes out of the Senate and the Congress, all the people that are on the fence to say no, the other side's going to point out, well, look, this state, nationally, it's X amount of money, and we're going to be able to tax it X amount, and it's revenues that can. Oh, okay. Where do I sign? That's how that works.
Yeah, the stamp, which I guess that's how they're doing it with the alcohol, because you don't even think about it anymore. It's not like it doesn't come into. You don't even think of it. It's just built into the price.
A system that manages interstate commerce, and part of that is like, yeah, they don't do anything for free. Like that's for sure. I'm not knowing exactly how interstate commerce works, but I know that if the feds are regulating that commerce, then they're getting you're paying for that service.
Yeah. It's still a pretty cool country. Thinking about it all. But yeah, some crazy shit's going on right now, but it's still pretty cool having all the states and the way you can just travel around.
Like we're just that's our country. That's like sometimes yeah, we're living in this crazy shit. If you ever really read history and stuff, you're like, fuck, they were just as crazy fucking 150 years ago. They were crazier over something else. Like that's just the way it is, right?
Yeah.
And like, yeah.
I was saying today, like with Harris, I didn't think about it. She was the first woman vice president. She'd be the first woman president also.
Well, I'm a Democrat, liberal, fucking tree hugger, so there's not a question. But like I have noticed a couple of things because there were things that wasn't necessarily I believed them, but like, well, she's a cop, so like that's not a plus in my book. Prosecuting crazy bits, right? But there was a story that pretty much was accepted as fact that she had put 1,500 people in prison for weed.
She did.
Okay? And I saw this whole thing that, it starts in this one like rag fucking thing where without any verification, they started it and then it got picked up along the way and just accepted as fact. It turns out it's like 50 some people. And pretty much knowing the law, yeah, most likely to get prosecuted at that level, there was more to the story than just some cannabis, all right? Like, not that, maybe there's a few in there, but most of the time it's guns, organized, this, money, like ultimately, and that's how what takes down most people over history, tax evasion, right? Like, oh, okay, well, that's against law too. You know what I mean?
don't agree
So,
with
okay.
You guys
But
know
that
more
would
about
tell
it in
me
California.
and most people probably still believe like, oh yeah, she put 1,500 people in prison for cannabis or some crazy
it.
number.
I know she went on a radio station and joked about smoking cannabis and listening to Snoop Dogg in '89, and he didn't have an album until '92.
I don't know. I mean, I know that there's a lot of people that are right side of the thing, and that's fine and dandy too.
It's not even the right side. It's like there's just better people in the Democratic Party. There's better people to choose from.
And the bottom line is, fuck all these people that are so fucking old and don't have a single fucking thing to bring to the table. Someone that at least is vibrant and at a certain
Well, I don't
age.
care about the age thing. There's plenty of people that are just just as spry when they're in their 70s as they are in their 50s.
Okay, some in their 70s, but when you get into the 80s, it pretty much there's only a handful.
Yeah, just a handful, but I really don't care about that part. It's more just like what their policies are, and hers I think, are kind of radical.
Well, I don't know.
I mean, she's left of like left.
Well, okay, what does that actually mean?
That's like she's so far left that her policies are outrageous. Like,
name one of these policies you find outrageous.
Yeah, exactly. She's actually known as a fairly centrist Democrat, so I'm curious.
Like one of our first things is to do a commercial with RuPaul. That's pretty crazy.
Well,
like
okay.
It seems like she cares more about abortion.
With what commercial group, Paul?
In denying the border crisis.
Well, wait a minute. Like I don't have kids or even whatever. I'm older, but like, holy shit, you're talking about banning abortion in our country or what the fuck?
No,
That's
I'm not saying to ban.
fuck.
I'm not saying to ban it at all. But that's like the only thing you have to stand on. Like, come on, there's got to be more.
Well,
more
okay,
substance
politics
than
is
that.
what it is, and you're after like, oh, obviously she knows where a sweet spot in the voting demographic is.
Yeah,
and
but
that
like,
is one.
I think some of the like tax reform and maybe some of this like policies with like foreign affairs, like I mean, right now it's kind of fucked up. We got like 2 wars going on, right? Like pretty fucked up.
Well, yeah, but okay, when you say
The
tax,
US will have 2 wars
talking
going
about
on.
her talking about taxing rich people, which I doubt she'll really be able to do, but fuck, like at least let's talk about it.
Rich people are already
Well,
taxed.
for it, holy shit.
I mean, they're already taxing us. Like, a lot of times, like,
Wait, us? Okay.
Yeah, exactly. You're not a billionaire, dude.
Yeah.
That's not what they're talking about taxing us. They're talking about lightening the taxes on us and starting to really tax the wealthy people. We've done it before in our history, and wealthy people still were wealthy. Like you shouldn't be able to be like so rich that you basically don't pay any taxes. Fuck that.
Well, yeah, I agree with that.
Well, our system and the other side seems to really promote that. It's called trickle down economics. All right. Oh yeah, they're the job creators. You gotta give them a break because they use their money to fucking hire you. That's the concept that we've been sold for fucking 30 years.
It's like 40 years, Reagan.
Yeah. I mean, okay.
Bullshit now.
I don't know if that should ever work, though.
Like, that's not left of left and all that. Like, oh, I know. Oh, you say like that. I've heard some of what they say already. Okay, she's gonna ban hamburgers. Okay, like
ban
hamburgers. Shut the fuck up.
No, she literally said she wanted to ban meat.
Hamburgers. The fuck?
She wanted to ban meat. She said.
No, okay, like, yeah, okay, yeah.
You probably heard that from an idiot, but nobody's gonna ban hamburgers.
That's what I mean. Like, there's like, we live in this world where you can say these things on the internet and they actually get traction. It's crazy. or on TV, like these guys
People
say.
need to be more. People need to be a little bit more scrupulous about the stuff that they're reading online or seeing online. Now you can have full-on AI deep fakes of anybody that you want. Already, there are deep fakes. They're finding them basically every day. You hear about a new one. I'm honestly surprised there aren't more of them. I think people are just trying to not get caught, frankly. Before long, how do I put this? Most of the comments already on Reddit are done by bots, basically. And many of those bots are basically controlled by language models, it's essentially now. So you're essentially talking to AI commenters, basically, in the most part on Reddit now. Many of the videos that you see on Facebook, Instagram, etc., are influenced or edited in with AI, basically. So you're looking at something that's not fundamentally real, basically. So long story short, you have to be very, very careful what you actually believe from now on, pretty much, because you're going to hear a lot of stupid shit in the future from everybody, from every goddamn side in the entire world. It's going to be a really challenging time. But when you hear something like Kamala wants to ban burgers, I'm pretty sure that's bullshit. So you don't have to repeat that. That's just fucking nonsense.
That's hilarious, though.
Well, I mean, I think that stems from like
you hear that Trump's going to ban
certain
Taco
liberals over the years, and I don't even know
Taco Tuesday.
the amount of cattle create this fraction, their fucking gas, that has something to do with fucking global warming, which I think has
Which is
even
true.
been
That's actually completely true. But no, but there's 100% true. Livestock contributes massively. Actually, by far the biggest, frankly, is what is it? Basically, industrial uses, but which includes, by the way, shipping, because shipping uses really dirty oil and so on and so forth. But livestock contributes massively. I think it's like 20% of global warming, basically. If you could cut down on livestock production, livestock waste gas production, essentially, you'd
There's
help
the
out
hamburger
tremendously.
thing. See, that's
Pardon?
the hamburger thing right there. You know.
Well, but that's how do I put it? Like that's the dumb person's solution. Oh, they're gonna ban cows. No, there's actually a lot of really clever solutions for this, up to and including feeding cows kelp that decreases the methane production tremendously. So farmers have actually, in many cases, started to feed cows kelp, which has other health benefits too. It's the same thing with people. If you eat seaweed, it's actually good for you. It's filled with micronutrients and stuff. So the farmers are finding out that the milk is denser in nutritional value. The cows live longer, they have better health outcomes, et cetera, et cetera. So there are intelligent solutions to these problems if you look into them. But then you talk to an idiot, they're like, they fucking are gonna ban my hamburger, bro.
Some of those solutions will probably raise the price,
Yeah,
right?
it's gonna go out of business,
Like,
bro.
like ultimately, don't most things like the industrial side pay these carbon offset money, right? Right? I don't know if they do that with cows, but like,
Yeah,
some
that's hockey.
like I don't think they're talking about banning fucking meat. They're just talking about trying to fucking regulate a problem that obviously is a problem, right? If it is a real problem,
That's probably considerably more expensive than the cornmeal they feed them.
that's the nature of the beast, right?
Oh, they don't feed them exclusively kelp. I'm not saying that the cows subsist. That would be something else. That'd be like, that'd probably change the flavor a lot. No, they just add a little bit of kelp, basically, like dried kelp, kind of like we do to our plants. They just add a little bit to the food.
I see. I thought you were mean like they were changing their diet to kelp only. Like what?
Like, well, wow. We take the cows out to the Atlantic about once or twice a year and let them swim out
the if you
sweet Sargasso Sea.
Spent more on the cow's diet, there'd be better quality beef. End of story, right? You are what you eat, right?
I don't know. I always heard that Brazil had the best beef, the grass fed.
Argentina, I've heard. Brazil doesn't have very good soil. They famously just kind of chop down and burn down the Amazon, but Argentina apparently has wide open grassland.
Yeah, Argentina. That's right. You're right.
Yeah.
Other side.
I mean, you're right that Brazil has a fuckload of beef, but Argentina, I think, is supposed to be the one that has the spectacular beef.
I know the Brazilian restaurants have fucking amazing food. And
oh yeah, for sure.
And there's countries and huge populations that fucking all of India, that's a billion some people. They don't eat fucking cow. That's like some sacred animal
No,
there.
that's one of the 7 holy mothers.
Some of them do though. In the south they don't, but in the north they definitely do.
I know my friend that went to Iceland said, "Oh, yeah, like a lot of the best restaurants, and they had alternatives, but a lot of the main things on the menu were horse."
Mm-hmm.
And there's other countries like that, but like that seems like like I myself, like mainly just the way I've been brought up or whatever. Oh, to eat horse would be
Hindus, though.
like no
The
no no
Hindus,
no.
like,
But like, what's the real difference, really, right?
They eat
the
horse
Hindus
in
see,
France too.
I'm saying the Hindus, like, they see the cow as like one of the 7 mothers, and so they don't eat it. And they say, like, if you're gonna eat an animal, eat like a lesser animal, like a chicken.
Well, a lot of this is there's 8 billion hungry people on the planet, and
A lot of people eat chicken though.
and
Like every culture eats chicken.
yeah, I mean,
They probably have it coming. Chickens are dinosaurs, just like all birds. I bet you anything that the ancestors of chickens were real dicks.
Well, they're probably assholes. I wonder if they were like twice the size. Can you imagine like a chicken the size of like a fucking emu or something?
Pretty much. That was basically a dinosaur. You know, like Tyrannosaurus Rex, it's basically just a fucking gigantic chicken.
Yeah. Yeah. Can you imagine it? Something that big that would peck at you? Oh.
No, thank you.
Well, they were throwing fire
Just
at them.
imagine if there was like really another thing on Earth that was alive, that was a threat to us. Like we're like, what do you call it? The apex
Alpha.
threat,
Polar
like,
bears.
yeah, we don't
Polar
really
bears
like,
fucking
yeah, you
stuff.
can run into something, but for the most part, it's not like, oh, there's this other life group of whatever animals that like, oh, they're out to get us. There's a lot of them.
Hey, you wouldn't
It's
want to be in
actually
a
really
jungle with a monkey though, or a tiger. I mean, some of those monkeys will fuck you up.
Well, most
Tigers
everything else
actually
in
were a
life
big killer to people
has
for
like
them.
something that's going to eat them, right? Humans, for the most part, live a whole life where they don't think something's going to eat them.
You know, an orangutan can like eat your face.
Orangutans are nice though. What was I going to say? Tigers were a big problem throughout human history. But the interesting thing is that the tigers never win. They always lose in the end because humans are smarter as a group, basically, than any one tiger could possibly be. So as soon as the tigers get noticed, basically, humans always develop a pack to go on a hunt and kill a tiger. So essentially, like those tigers never prosper in the end. Even there was a tiger, what, in the late 1900s, early 20th century, something like that, in India that killed like 600 people. Finally, this famous English hunter went and got him, and it took him like actually like 3 tries to get the thing, but he got him. Like he basically got this tiger. Turns out the tiger had an ingrown tooth, so it couldn't actually hunt very well. So it would go and like get easy prey. And it was basically just people walking down the street, pretty much. So eat, like people and whatever. Yeah. So if there's poor tigers that had dental care.
I mean, we have cougars. We have cougars in North America, especially West Coast. You know.
Yeah, I've seen them on my road a bunch. A bunch of them are relatively small, but one day I came around the corner and it was like a full size one. It was like a whatever year old adult, and it was big.
Yeah, I've seen a big one about a year ago. And I've seen bobcats a couple of times as well.
Bobcats are small, but cougars can get pretty big. I want to say they can get like 80 pounds or something, which is a big fucking cat, honestly.
Oh, it was a big cat with a big fucking tail.
Mm.
I was in my car and I was coming down the fucking around the corner, and he was in the road. He was like eating something in the road, and then he saw me, and then he just kind of like ran along the road, and I just kind of followed him in the car, and then he went off into the fucking desert.
Well, I'm pretty sure, like a lot of the hills or Southern California were packed with bears for a long time, and Other than a few places, there's no more bears.
No, it's kind of sad. I told a friend of mine just the other day that the California golden bear, the symbol of California, is extinct. And she was like, "What?" It like broke her heart. She's like, "What? Really? Like the symbol of California?" I was like, "Yeah, for a long time now, for like 100 years." So too bad.
Well, I mean, wouldn't it a lot of the time like bear was hunted, right? Because that was a lot of meat, right?
That's basically it. Well, not only that, but they were a danger to livestock. They were a danger to gold miners. They were a danger to whatever. Just people out in the hills. So people mercilessly hunted bears and wolves, you name it. Now we realize they were actually very beneficial creatures, but too fucking late.
Yeah. And like back to the politics, like, yeah, like there's not like a real like wait, Trump, like wait, you said policies? Like what where? He's been around 10 years.
That's not where I was going.
No,
And go,
dude is all about revenge and anger.
That's not the direction I was going. I was saying there's a lot of people within that party. And there's got to be somebody better.
well, yeah, like John Stewart on Monday, like did a stick, and part of at the end of the stick was like after hearing all the Republican rhetoric on fucking ours against Kamala, was like, yeah, you could do the same fucking thing right now, 100 days in, fucking dump your fucking maniac and put anybody up there. You'd probably like the country would rally, about half the country would rally big time, or not. Like it's weird. The people that support him, like it's this weird cult fucking weird thing, dude. A lot of it, I think, is people never like to admit that they were wrong. So people are dug in, like they're so dug in that yeah, if you declared that you support, you're dug in, you're loyal to the end. Nothing he says, nothing will change your mind. Even though it's like, wait,
Golden bear, was this golden bear a part of the grizzly bear family? Is that what them said?
I think it was actually, yeah. It was one of the rare warm weather grizzly bears because most of the time they hang out up in the fucking mountains in Montana and shit.
That's fucking awesome. What the fuck happened? Do people eat them? Is that what happened?
I think they got crowded out more than anything. I think they reproduced I'm trying to remember, but I think they reproduced less than normal. So for example, most bears have 2 to 3 cubs, and the California golden bear had 1 to 2 cubs, and it was already a huge disadvantage to be crowded out and everything else.
And no zoo like San Diego or nothing has them?
I think so.
Wow.
Yeah, there's been some discussion about potentially genetically bringing them back because I guess, grizzly bears are closely related, so they could probably, mess with it through CRISPR or something, but who knows? Maybe they'll do that.
CRISPR a bear back into existence.
Right?
They could, I guess. I mean, I heard they wanted to do
One
that
day.
with some ancient creature. What the fuck was it? They were talking about a couple years ago. It was like some prehistoric creature. Oh, the woolly mammoth.
Oh yeah. Oh, they're still working on that. I think they've actually made a lot of progress. I remember reading that not too long ago. Basically, splicing the DNA of a woolly mammoth with an elephant, essentially.
With an elephant,
like
yeah.
I guess an Asian elephant, because I guess they're bigger. No, the African, I think, are bigger. Regardless, theoretically, they could basically bring back maybe not an identical copy of the woolly mammoth because you're still going to have that spliced DNA. But anyway, it'd be interesting to see.
Like even today, isn't like certain elephants in certain areas and countries like threatened? Like,
oh yeah. I think some places they're not. I think like Thailand and stuff. I don't think they are threatened, but places in Africa they're terribly threatened. Yeah.
I mean, yeah. I've only seen elephants at the zoo, but I saw a baby elephant taking this bath on Instagram today. It was the cutest thing I ever seen. His little baby elephant. And we stopped abusing them in the zoos, right?
Mhm.
That was a long thing.
Most zoos, there are still some really abusive ones around.
Circuses, right? Like Ringley Bailey was like, yeah, they were notorious for fucking 100 years, fucking having these elephants, and didn't take that great care of them, and trained them in like kind of abusive ways.
Well, for most of human history, we considered animals just fucking beasts with no feelings or emotions of their own, or value, or anything else other than what they could provide to us. Turns out, through advanced science, people are realizing that actually many animals, down to insects, actually, which is really disturbing, have at least some rudimentary consciousness and sense of self. So you're like, seriously, a fly can get PTSD? But apparently a fly can get PTSD. It's a really kind of a strange thing to think about. And you know, flies live 25, 30 days.
At him, and
If
somehow
you swat at them, they will literally 100%. They will exhibit a stress response in future like similar situations. So when I read about that, I was like, "Holy shit! I don't want to traumatize a fly. I just wanted to kill it." Which I burst out laughing because I was like, "How in this story is murder less bad than giving the fly like lifelong PTSD?" You'd assume it'd be the other way. You'd be like, okay, no, I would rather give the fly PTSD than kill it. But no, obviously I wanted to kill the fly because I don't want the fly there, right? So it's a fucking interesting philosophical thing. Like, why is it that I don't want to give a fly, you know, mental anguish? I don't know, but I don't want to traumatize a fly. I just wanted to kill the fly. Ideally, I would remove the fly, but you know, I don't know how to do that.
Use
So.
chopsticks.
That's right. Grab the fly, take it outside.
I swat flies since my wife passed on, but for 20 years, like that was off limits. Like when I say there was like a no kill rule on our property, it involved any form of life. Like, yeah.
That's like what are they, the Jains? I want to say in India, they actually walk backwards.
I mean, she had it down after all these years, but like, oh, in the summer there'd be ant trails coming in, and then she would she would get like something like fruit or something, and then get them to like leave, right? Oh, spend the fucking time, like, oh, yeah. There wasn't like, oh yeah, just kill all those fucking ants or whatever. Put one of those trips. No, she relocated them. Like, or if she get them to relocate themselves. Like a lot of times in the summer when they come in, it's not because your kitchen's dirty. They're looking for water, man. That's what they're looking for, at least around here.
Do you know that the first farmers on Earth were not people by any stretch? You're thinking, who else could it possibly be? It was ants. Like up to millions of years ago, ants started to basically farm a variety of things around the world. They farm aphids. Actually, on basically every continent, there are ants that farm sugar aphids, and they basically eat the dew,
I heard
or whatever it's called.
where this guy's talking about ants, and he was like, they were like the first architects, like meaning they built complex structures like way before humans ever fucking did.
Oh yeah, millions of years before. Yep. Because ants have been around for a really long time. I actually don't remember how long they've been around, but they've been around a fucking long time, and they've displayed very similar behaviors to now for a very long time. I think it's been like many tens of millions of years, and that was way before even our ancestors existed. You know, so pretty stunning, honestly.
Yeah.
Bees too. I mean, bees exhibit really sophisticated civilizational structures They have complex communication, on and on and on. Like they've existed before people did. It's kind of stunning to think about it. You know, we like to think of ourselves as so super intelligent, and we are. Obviously, there's no need to minimize us, and yet we can also appreciate the intelligence of other creatures. You know?
Yeah, I mean, and I mean, the Earth's been through a lot of different changes, and that's what creates in evolution, right? So some of these things are going to evolve to the conditions that are present, like they have before. But I think evolution moves so slow. I mean, I'm sure, like I'm 60, so I'm sure I've seen it a little, like outside humans evolving, but like,
I see it every year with the flu. You have to get a new flu shot. I mean, I don't usually get a flu shot, but people get flu shots. You have to get a different one every single year because the flu changed. That's evolution in action. Um, what else? Oh yeah, all the different vaccines you've ever gotten. Well, I guess that's arguably not necessarily evolution in action, but still, when you get a new vaccine or a vaccine booster, that's because basically the underlying problem evolved. That's another example.
yeah, I mean, that's most of my vaccines when I was a kid. I did what my mom said, we're going, and I never questioned any of that.
A little bit of a direct example. I mean, arguably, this is adaptation, which I guess would be a component of evolution, just a small step. But when you don't properly get rid of a spider mite infestation or white flies or fucking aphids or whatever else, famously, the population spider mites are the most famous probably for this, because whatever you don't kill, if you have 1% of them left, those 1% are now essentially resistant to whatever you sprayed the 99% with, and they'll reproduce. And now you basically have 100% that are resistant to what you sprayed the 99% with. So you have a new crop basically of spider mites that are now super spider mites. And they accumulate these resistances basically over time. They become like fucking Marvel superheroes or some shit. That's a little bit evolution in action right there.
Yeah, I've been battling spider mites for over 20 years, different times, and for sure I've seen that. Like the first few times, some of these like simple solutions were effective. And then today's spider mite, holy fuck, dude, they're like they're on a whole other level, man. Yeah, for sure. Like and
What do people use these days? Screen
like
cleaner?
this is within cannabis growing seems to be the spider mite seems to be this. You know, you can get rid of them. I fucking don't have any now, but oh, I've grown long enough to know, fuck, man, it can happen, and that's overall thrips. That's not even a problem. Uh, I've never had root aphids, um, but no mites. Holy shit, that's been the biggest nightmares. Holy fuck, especially in a perpetual thing, like yeah, you're fucked.
And you live also in one of the maybe not the perfect climate for spider mites, but pretty good climate for spider mites. It's warm. It's not that dry, but it's warm. So they're going to reproduce like crazy. Subcool had it the worst. I remember he was battling him in this fucking insectary that he was getting. I think he was paying a few $1,000s every month. They didn't tell him to raise his humidity. And his humidity, I remember he would tell us on the streams, it was like 20%, 25%, even with that crazy big garden and in the recessed pool where the humidity should pool, right? Now it was still like 20% down there. Perfect spider mite weather, warm and dry. Holy fuck shit. So, you know, I wonder if places like Alaska, when they grow, they might not even have to deal with spider mites. How cool would that be?
I remember listening to a past thing. I think it was on root aphids, and the person, the fucking bug expert, fucking knows what he's talking about. said that root aphid is born pregnant. I'm like, what?
Yep.
Born
They're
pregnant?
born pregnant with
Like,
pregnant.
what
pregnant,
the fuck kind of
pregnant
nature is that?
fetuses.
Like, holy shit, how did that even happen?
No, from one root aphid, from one girl root aphid, you can have 1,000,000 root aphids in a month. That's
Like,
how
how do
fast
you
they
find
produce.
something that's born pregnant? Like,
Yeah.
holy shit.
That's a fucked up creature, huh?
Yep. They only reproduce sexually once a year. And that's when you have winged root aphids, when I like to say that's when you're properly fucked, because you have still the original asexual reproducing aphids, but you now have the new genetic pool basically with all the new dudes. So, oh yeah, that's when it's nuclear wartime.
Even like my first battle with spider mite, fucking 2000 earliest, and I think I learned this on the forums, but and it was multi-pronged, but like what was important in the regiment was the product I was using was called BioNeem. It's like as or whatever. It's the effective part of neem oil. But like the reason that that was in the rotation is that that was effective in the life cycle.
Mm.
Right? Like that shut down the
That's,
life
that's
cycle.
the breeding, yep.
It's like as a and yeah, like I say, back then, if you fall and regimented and cleaned your room in between, yeah, you get rid of spider mites. Pretty straightforward.
You
And
know,
as
I
the
think about it, as a dragon, there's
years
more
went by, and I think I've had at this point 4 battles with them over 30 some years. Oh, look, fuck, they're gnarlier today than they ever were. Period. I don't know what's changed. They look the same under the scope, but
no, they've gotten a lot of adaptations, and generally speaking, when you pick them back up, you can always tell the difference between the ones that you pick up off a tomato or something and the ones that you picked up accidentally at a grocery store. Because the ones that you picked off of a tomato, fuck, you could literally look at them with harsh fucking intent, and you can get rid of the problem. But the ones you pick up at a grocery store, fuck, they're resistant to neem, they're resistant to azadirachtin, they're resistant to goddamn Suffoil, they're resistant to 15 other different fucking things. You have to throw ninjas at them. You know what I mean? That's the big difference. Seriously, I've gotten spider mites from outdoor garden stuff, and literally the problem you can hose the plants off, and the problem's gone. You know what I mean? But yeah, that doesn't happen with the indoor mite.
a lot of years I well, not a lot of years, but a few times I was fighting spider mites bad indoors. But that time of year would come around and I'd take plants from indoors to outdoors. That those same plants indoors, if I took clones off of them or turned them back, there were still mites. Like outdoors, somehow the environment, no. And I wouldn't spray or fucking anything. They would just be outside in the whatever that temperature range, colder night or whatever it was. And then even though I'm fighting mites inside, my outdoor crops never had any mites. I remember when Matthew Gates came and consulted for me, like after all these years of doing different things, I finally used predator bugs per his advice. And it was all this regimen. It took this time. And I remember at first it was kind of expensive, but ultimately it was effective. It was a pain in the ass and it was a battle. But
why did you stop using his methods?
He was like trying to, and when he first checked things out, he's like, yeah, you're probably bringing them in. I'm like, outside. I'm like, dude, the outside plants never have them, right? And he's like, what? No. And he even took his scope and looked at my outdoor garden at the time. Yeah, no mice. And I was like, these plants came from in here. And yeah, I think nature has its own, like full sun and all that, has its own way of dealing with stuff.
Well, what it was is you actually proved what he said correct to some degree. Outdoors, there's predators, and you don't have to add them because they look for food on their own. You know, like they're constantly searching for food. Think of tigers; they're constantly wandering the jungle looking for fucking their next meal. So if you're a freaking Stratiolalops, whatever the fuck predator of spider mites, you're going to be basically constantly blowing in the wind, whatever, trying to find new spider mite populations to just get, chow down. And so outdoor plants, you almost never have a problem with things like spider mites. It's just not even a concern, really. Only if you had just like a really unhealthy plant or something, then it might become susceptible to spider mites before the predators take over. But indoors, it's a different story. You basically have to apply the predators. You know what I mean? Because they're not naturally there. Where would they be? Seriously, where would they be? And why would they go in a garage door? Why would they go in a basement? Why would they go in a warehouse door? Right? They're going to stay out of those places because that's not where they find their food. So you have to bring in the predators. Otherwise, you're pretty almost never going to have them. You know.
Yeah. And ultimately, what I was trying to do, but then, yeah, there were these parameters of the environment I had to create. And the predators would die off if there wasn't any more mites for them to eat. But like, I was never able to get them to like cycle on their own, meaning the predators hatch babies, right? I had to buy, I had to keep replenishing, right? Mainly as the cycles came along too. But like part of what he was trying to get me to understand and what's capable, if you really, there's other things you can feed them. Because like when they come in the thing, there's food in there for them, right? But yeah, if you can somehow get mites to be, I mean, the predator mites to be self-sufficient in your grow, like, you don't have to buy as many. But that's like a whole other level of fucking IPM. Because I'd look with the scope, and yeah, once, especially once we were like at the crucial point in, which you can't give up then, because there's still like, yeah, I'd put them out, and there wasn't much. There wasn't a lot of mites left, and so they would die pretty quick. Because yeah, they forget which kind. It was the standard one. I can't pronounce it.
Californicus or whatever.
It worked. It did work.
Swarovski.
Probably those Swerskis.
Yeah. But ultimately, yeah, at the scale I was and the time frame I did it in, it cost pretty much. And I was getting them directly from like Insecticary. I forget the name of the place, but like he also like helped me get an account there where they're the place that supplies some of the other places, which not all those insectaries actually, they're like middlemen, which is fine because, but
Yeah, here we go. All right, I'm going to make Bud the host, just in case you two want to keep chatting.
all right.
I'm going to go grab a burger. Gentlemen, adios.
Yeah, I'll try to make it tomorrow. We'll see if I'm up by noon. Probably.
Yeah, I don't know. Usually doing some sort of work at that hour.
Yeah, because I'm like a night owl. I do get up around 10, but like until dusk, I'm like in like daytime mode, which is kind of like like unenergized. Like I've lived this way so long, I get like a second wind when sun goes down. But I've been living the same way for so long, it's like embedded in me. Like if I ever had to look for a real job, it would be like the early morning shift. That would be like it. Like, yeah. I don't think like it's been like way long time, 40. So like it started with like concert life, drug life, the combo was like, yeah, I was a night owl. And then growing became a thing. Yeah, I've never run any of my flowering rooms in the daytime ever.
Ever. Well, if you ever did the growing in cannabis, a lot of that is nighttime jobs.
Yeah, I mean, that's even though in most of the legal places, I mean, some of them have 24-hour shifts and shit, but most of the work is daytime work, right?
Most of the ones I worked at were overnight shift.
Yeah. Well, I think even commercially, you get lower power rates from like 9 to whatever. The later night is less money than day.
I used to work 9 p.m. to 6 a.m.
Yeah, that's
But it was
outdoor
only
growers. They live a
4 days a
different
week.
schedule for sure than indoor growers.
Well, yeah, everything's indoor down here. Or those doing light depth greenhouse type stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of Desert Hot Springs has a ton of farms. We call them farms.
Well, I imagine like all those areas, what's the one in Asperia or whatever, and Desert Hot Springs, there's a couple municipalities that like set up cannabis friendly zones years ago. Those seem to all be surviving, right? I mean, different operations have failed within it, but the concept of those areas have been sustained. It's not like it failed and then there used to be a place and now they don't they changed. No, they all seem to be doing pretty well. At least the places, the city. I mean, I'm sure they get some money out of it. That's why they did it. And most of those have like one of the attractive things is lower power somehow.
Yeah, and some of them use like, I want to say it's like 380 watts or volts maybe. Yeah, 380 volts or some crazy amount, some commercial power.
Well, and like that's I know from Ivan's story, Jungle Boys. Yeah, like as he got bigger, then he had to have bigger power laid in, which you pay for it and stuff, but in LA, it would be months, if not longer, before they'd ever come and do it. And in some of these areas, oh no, they make sure that you got what you need. Because yeah, to have like 1,000 light rooms or whatever they're up to now, like bottom line is whatever volts. I mean, in amps, they're charging per watt, and watts add up. And yeah, that's like more than the average. Oh, there's been industrial places that needed more than average and had that kind of power, but yeah, grows
You need
the
like
big
AI or something. Those rooms are getting so big. It's like, how can I mean, you got to make sure like there's no clogs in any of the spikes or any of the lines, and like you can't get to every plant. That's too many plants, too many lights.
Well, the right amount of money, there's plenty of technology to yeah, monitor everything. Like anything, all those need maintenance and all that. Like I've always been the type like keep it simple, stupid, and try to the more things you have, the more things can go wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, the more tech, the more problem.
Now, a lot of that's gotten a lot better.
Yeah.
Seems like a lot of the tech that at the big commercial, it wasn't like other industries or other ag industries didn't already have used it. It's just things that are being applied. It's not like anything invented.
I had
Sensor
really good luck with Patrol Master. I used those for quite a few years. Yeah, I'm just I go to sleep pretty soon. You ever use fabric pots, like the square ones?
Yeah. I went through a phase with. Now I don't use pots at all. Just Hugo.
Hugo cubes. Are you gonna be able to keep buying them, or are they still gonna make them, or they were just talking about 1 inch, AOKs?
Yeah, and pretty much the Hugo. And, well, 13 weeks. That's the extent of its life. 3.5, 4 weeks of veg and 8, 9 weeks of flower. But it's like easy to manage it in perpetual motion, right? Any of those other ways created more work.
Yeah.
Like I can take, I don't know, 150 clones, usually about 150, sometimes up to 200 from rooted 1.5 inches, an hour, maybe an hour and a half, probably only an hour. Yeah, I can plug them into the fresh Hugo, water it in, be done. Not even have to fucking, like, even the Hugos, I only water and veg like maybe, well, there's different stages, but like the first week or two, maybe only once every 5 days, 7 days. There's a stage where I use a pitcher and I only give them like 6, 8 ounces to keep the Hugos like not dry, but definitely not wet.
No, yeah.
That's kind of a trick. Like I
Don't let
didn't
the
used to
crown
like
dry
Hugos
out.
because that was easy to get them waterlogged compared to the deltas. But you just have to like finesse them a little differently in the beginning. Yeah, once they like get waterlogged, then they don't dry out right. And I've used Rockwell for a lot of years. Only in the last, it's been some years, 6, 7, did I like embrace the dry back or the drier side of running it. And then, because I just learned that, I can carry like 4 of them, like hook, like together to move them from the veg to the flower if they're like light. So like, I know I'm gonna move them on whatever day, and then I let them like almost dry out, almost. And then I water them once when they first get turned back, and then not turn the watering off for like the first 3, 4 days. Like it's like a teasing of it. But then at a certain point, if you got your Rockwell at the right consistency at the like at week 2, they'll start drinking water, not just staying watered, but drinking the water like that. Like when I see that I changed the same size reservoir and same site, constant. And there's a certain, like when things are dialed, the beyond the growth of the plant, you can tell it's like drinking the water, like not just evaporating it, not just holding it in the cube. No, the plant's like drinking. And then the goal is to keep them drinking like that as many weeks as you can. And then toward the last couple weeks, where there's a point where they go back to like, they're not drinking anymore, they're just staying wet.
Yeah.
And that's where dry back and finishing dry backs, but it's tricky business. I mean, I wish I had sensors and had it more dialed in. Some of it's just by feel, and I'm not always here. And a lot of times, there's a plant or two that are like drink more that needs like, those ones are wilted when the other ones are still like there's a fine line trying to play with that dry back. Like myself, I'm like always on the cautious side. Better safe than sorry, which my partner, he's on the other side of the spectrum and is always like coming in and going, oh, like, dude. I'm like, yeah, I don't want to push him to that spot. When for a few years I'd come by, he did most of the work. Now I do most of the work. Yeah, there was like catastrophic things that would happen.
Catastrophic.
Like, yeah, that's a like risky business playing with dry backs.
Yeah.
In a Hugo, a 4-foot plant in a Hugo. Yeah.
That, and also risky playing with BPD, a lot of people get mold.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of understand that stuff, but I don't really. I know my humidity, I know my temperature. I've been in grow rooms enough to know, like, yeah, I've had a tendency at times to have my conditions in the grow room be what I'm comfortable in, because I got to work in there. Not so much anymore. It's like want a little higher humidity, a little higher temperature, more like a jungle or like big. I get the best results. But then yeah, like in the veg room, if I know I'm gonna work in there, I go and I turn the AC down like 4 or 5 degrees because it'll be more comfortable for me to be in there for that period of time. Then I'd put it back up. Because like, yeah, I don't like to get sweaty working, but like the conditions should be a little like that, at least for me, like the way I run it. Which, yeah, like I haven't changed much other than some of my understandings of those things, but still in a real rudimentary way. Like I don't have any like whatever pulse gauge or I've looked at the chart. I kind of understand it. Like that helped me to finally like go to that level because I used to run in the 70s. Now there's a benefit to that. You get a lot. You get a little colder. You get different colors. Sometimes like more resin. Sometimes.
Yeah, more fall type looking.
But you don't get. If you're trying to hit this yield, which in today's world you got to hit this yield, you got to push it the temp like be in that other range. You get better results. But like for years, at my other place, at my place, my partner, he'd come up there and come in the room or check things out, and he'd be like, "Dude, what?" Like he was always preaching this. Oh, dude, it's too comfortable in here, dude. You gotta like have it. And over here, it's always been like more like a jungle, I guess I'd say. Like and 20 years ago or whenever I used to just run air in the same area and at night. Yeah, the yield wasn't like such a thing. I don't even remember like always like totaling out the yield of each thing because value was different. Everything was different. But I grew my best weed would be in the winter, spring, fall, spring, winter, like when the cooled down. Maybe not the best yields back then, but killer's weed would come out. Sometimes then at night with the lights on and everything humming good, it was fucking 40 outside. Like I used to have my air set up that basically with the lights on, it was like 10 degrees hotter than the air coming in. That's that with air cooled hoods and no AC, just using air. So like, yeah, if it got in the 40s at night, it would only like be barely 50 some degrees in the room, but they still grew.
Just slower, a lot slower.
Yeah, yeah, that. But there was like a certain quality sometimes in the, and not in the 50s and shit. Like it barely ever got 40s, maybe a few weeks or a few days over the year. But one to live in North County, San Diego's, yeah, we post like 70-degree averages, so annual. So yeah, it was always a good spot as far as pulling air. There was always a few rough spots. There was always, even in the summer. Sometimes it would stay like hot at night. You like during the worst Santa Ana's, it would still be like in the high 70s or 80 at night. And yeah, well, 10 degrees on top of that. And then I remember learning there's like a scale where even though those nights, the lights would come on and it did get cooler outside, once it got to a certain temperature, it wasn't able to come down on its own. It was like like I would shut off part of half the lights at a certain time. And then when I turned them back on because it was cooler air from like midnight, 1 in the morning or whatever, it could stay there. But once it reached like a certain point, like high 80s, 90s, even though it cooled down outside and that air was, because I always had gauges that told me the room air and the outside air. And that's how I know, like most of the time, under regular conditions, 10, 10 degrees, like above whatever the air you're pulling in. And didn't start out that way, but for a lot of those years I did it that way. Yeah, like I don't remember these weren't big rooms. These were like, well, I lived in a big house, so it was like not your typical small bedroom, the guest rooms. They were higher ceilings and a little bigger.
Yeah.
They were like 8 light flowering rooms. Yeah, I moved a lot of air equally in and out. Like static pressure was a thing. Like once you start moving like thousands of CFM into like whatever space, it's not that much square foot. As long as the exhaust is equal to the in, then rounds, usually I try to have it set a teeny bit like negative pressure, static pressure. I learned early on positive static pressure. Oh no, that means that there's like air pressing on the plant. They're not happy there. A little teeny bit doesn't hurt them, but like sometimes keeping the fans. These were more expensive fans. They were like 12 and 14-inch, whatever models. Like, oh, the regular one moved 12-inch moved 1100 CFM, but they had a different model called, I forget what they called it, moved 2250 or something, 2300. And really, that one ran at a lower RPM, but what was different about it was and why it cost so much more. The fins or the propeller was like more like a jet engine. It was like much more engineered than like the ones that ran 1,000, had higher RPM. That thing would wind up and run high pitch just to move 11. And even though I had 12-inch XL or whatever they called those fans that ran 2300 CFM, I would have the 12 into 14-inch ducting, and then I used 14-inch ducting because Yeah, you could be trying to run 2300 CFM in a 12-inch, but the ducting can't handle that much. You would have like air noise, like
What do you use in the
when I
reducer?
went to like bigger ones, then and that also helped the static pressure and stuff.
I always like to use bigger because they're quieter.
And even though I lived on property through most of that, so like smell wasn't that big a thing. I didn't like, oh, I had filters. I remember even having these ozone generator duct things and all these things. But in the end, if I moved that much air that fast, the scent was minimal. Mainly, I mean, what I thought is, yeah, if you're moving that much air that fast, it doesn't have time to pick it up. And how I knew that was like anytime the power went out, these fans would run 24/7. Not just when the lights were on. If somehow the power went off or I turned the fans off, holy fuck, dude, it would reek all the way down the fucking road, the driveway, right? Within like half hour, 20 minutes. But as long as you had the fucking fans moving that much air,
Yeah, I grabbed something to drink.
there was like, there were weeks that there was a little and I didn't have that kind of air movement where I dried the weed. So that spot, those days, that would reek up the whole house because it didn't have like exhaust and intake. It was basically a still room. That was uncontrollable a little. But that was only like, a few days a month or whatever. I still think the best weeds I grew was when I moved air. Even though it's been a lot of years that I've been in sealed rooms with split minis, CO2 generators, dehumidifiers, and I pretty much have that down. There was something about fresh fucking air and lots of it. Plants like that.
I need to go to sleep now. It's going to be midnight. I'll turn into a pumpkin.
Well, even I guess, I mean, yeah, he was a lot older than me at the time. A guy that grew longer than I did. He's passed on now. It was a long time ago. I remember when and back then there was not even forums and shit. So like, I remember like him explaining to me diff. Like hardly anyone talks about diff, and that's one of the reasons in a sealed room. I think now I know there's these dual thermostats, but I've never gone as far as to have them hooked up. The diff was like, and if you ran at night and slept in the day and moved air, you had to be careful that you still maintained a diff. And the diff was the difference of temperature between lights on and lights off. Regardless of what time of day, you created your own world. And so there were certain times of the year where, yeah, it was warm during the day and the rooms would get warmer air while they're sleeping. And like, yeah, when I finally started doing that and keeping like a 10 to 15 degree diff and trying to make sure I did that, yeah, that seemed to make plants grow a lot better. Which makes sense. Like in outdoor, there's not a night that they're sleeping that it's warmer than in the sun of the day. I mean, there might be a weird occasion, but for the most part, when it's daytime and the sun's out, it's warmer than at night when there's sun.
Hey, buddy, I gotta jump off.
Yeah, it was good chatting with you. Have a good rest of your week.
Yeah. Yeah,
And since it's
maybe
just
I'll
you
see
and
you.
me,
Might see you on that noon thing tomorrow, possibly if I can.
and sometimes I get it together. Other times I just listen.
All right, I'll talk to you. If nothing else, I'll see you on the set.
But I'll be in chat.
All right, I'll talk to you
All
later.
right. Have a good night. Good night.